Get started recording. Welcome to the HARC regular meeting Wednesday, March 20th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. It's a hybrid meeting at Rebecca Hall. And as a reminder, the purpose of HARC is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and cultural resources of the town and the Telluride Historic Landmark District. We are called to order. We'll do the roll call. From town council, we have Elena. Thank you. Our liaison coming. Staff, we have Piper, Jana, Allie. And I didn't know if there's another staff online.
I don't see any.
Is there somebody else? No, okay. And we'll do our roll call. Kieran should be here in a moment, but we'll go ahead and start and add him to it.
Stacy Lake, Matt Lee,
Bob Mather.
Andrew Williamson.
Elita Mladenova.
Coming, we need approval of the minutes of our meeting of February 21st.
I move to approve the minutes as written. Did you hear that?
Just make sure you guys speak into your
Okay.
microphones.
I'm sorry, I was reaching down for this. I move to approve the HARC meeting minutes from February 21st, 2024 as written.
I'll second.
Okay.
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Marcus.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
And the special HARC meeting minutes from our Design Guidelines Committee of February 22nd. Have a motion to approve.
I can do that one too if you want.
Matt will second.
I gotta do it. I move to approve the minutes for the special HARC meeting dated February 22nd, 2024 as written.
Matt will second.
Stacy,
Stacy, yes. Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Andrew, yes.
And the chair meeting of February 23rd, 2024.
Yeah, I move to approve the draft minutes from the Historic Architectural Review Commission Chair meeting, February 23rd, 2024 as written. Stacy, yes.
And that's it. It was you, yourself, and I. I heard you did a grand job.
You heard. Okay.
Okay. Staff announcements. Jana.
Okay, thank you. No real announcements. However, I would like to poll each of you to find out your availability or not in April and May to find out who will be attending the HARC meetings and how in April and May. We're heading into off season.
I'm not planning on missing them.
Okay.
I will be attending. I might be doing April virtually.
Live.
Live for both?
April will be Zoom and May will be here.
Okay.
There's probably April in person and May in Zoom.
Not sure yet, but we'll try to make the meetings at
Okay.
least virtually. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know Kiernan's traveling in May and be here, so check with him. Okay, that's all I have. I do have the public
Okay.
hearing process slide
Great.
available if you're ready.
Okay, just a reminder of everybody of the process we use here at HARC meetings. If you're new to it, the HARC chair will introduce the project, staff gives a presentation, and then answers HARC's questions. The applicant will then give the presentation and answer HARC's questions. We ask them to be 30 minutes or less. I know they will conform. The public will then be invited to speak, make comments. We ask you to have comments of 3 minutes or less. Looks like we're going to have a lot of comments, including online tonight, so please respectfully do that. And one way to help is if somebody mentions your 3 favorite points just before you, we would appreciate it and respect it if you would just say, I concur with all 3 of these rather than give the same speech over. And it's kind of obvious protocol. Thank you for that. The applicant may then address and have any rebuttals, public comments. The applicant as finishes with any rebuttal made by the public, and then HARC members deliberate, and then we vote. So as a reminder of the process, I need to ask if there are public comment on any non-agenda items. If you're here for something not on the agenda, please raise your hand in live person or virtually. And don't see any, so just a reminder tonight that if you're listening virtually, you can raise your hand electronically. Your hand if you want to speak, and then you'll be called upon. If you are on the phone, you can call in on 301-715-8592, and the passcode is 257-117, and then just dial *9 to raise your hand. If you hear it, appreciate if you raise your real hand. Your phones. The HARC chair will call on the members of the public with hands raised one at a time, and participants are muted. And just as a reinforcement reminder, we're not allowed by our rules to have dialogue directly with public and ourselves and or didn't emphasize that and or the applicants, but we welcome all public comments. And so tonight we'll start the first public hearing item right now, which is Canyonlands Northwest. It's a continuation from January 17th. And it's consideration of a large-scale application, Canyonlands Northwest, for new construction outside of the historic district that will contain more than 5,000 square foot of floor area per land use code 7203B2A1. Legal description is lot 3, block 1, Canyonlands subdivision to the town of Telluride, according to plat book 1, page 168. Address to be determined on West Colorado. Accommodations 2 is the zone district. Owner is town of Telluride, applicant Norris Design. Staff member John Wenzel. John?
Chairperson Jamba. So before we start, I want to recognize that we received public comment from 10 individuals and 1 from the Telluride Lodge HOA prior to today. Have you all had a chance to read those, which I forwarded on to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And also to remind you that in January, we did a site walk at the site with story poles. As you'll see tonight, the design has been significantly changed. And I wanted to mention that HARC could request new story poles if you decide that's important. And you could do that as a condition, either of continuation or approval tonight. But you might want to make that decision after you see the presentations. So this is still at the preliminary large scale review, the first step in the 2-step process. We've had 2 work sessions on this project in October and December, and there was 1 formal review in January, which was then continued to this meeting in March. So we will see what happens tonight. This site, just as a reminder for everyone, is located on the south side of Colorado Avenue, adjacent to Clark's Market. It's outside of the Telluride Historic Landmark District, and it's in the Accommodations 2 Zone District and the Accommodations Treatment Area. The site is vacant and is currently used for parking, storage, and staging. The proposal is to build a new multifamily affordable housing structure on this site. It is situated at the northwest corner of the lot with parking below and behind the building, with vehicular access from Colorado Avenue. As I mentioned, the project has been redesigned since the January meeting, but this is not a new application. As you might have seen in the memo, I am analyzing the redesign as a response to HARC's conditions from January. But HARC may have new conditions for this version in addition to those recommended by staff in the memo, and that's perfectly acceptable and understandable. Here is the streetscape, the new streetscape compared to the previous streetscape on the top. And again, just to orient, this project, Canyonlands Northwest, is located adjacent to the village leasehold in Clark's Market to the west. To the east is the Canyonlands East building, a small scale application that has already been approved. And then to the east of that is a private duplex. And to the east of that is the Tower House project, which we'll talk about later this week. So On January 17th, HARC continued this application with 14 conditions, which I'll go through one by one. The first one was to provide stepping down on the north and south facade. The north facade has been revised to increase the stepping down with decks, covered entries, and one-story roof forms. The south facade does not step down significantly from the second level to the parking area, but has a significant setback at the third level. This illustration on the left, I've tried to illustrate with the red brackets showing the one level elements, and then the blue brackets showing the two level elements that have been added since the previous review. Condition number 2 was to provide 1 and 2 story elements at the properties. The revised design has increased the 1 and 2 story elements at the north and east elevations. The west elevation provides 2 story elements at the property's edge. Condition number 3 was to ensure that the front porches do not cross the property line. In the illustration on the left, those front porches are circled and shown crossing the property line. The property is now entirely on the property with significantly an increased setbacks, which I'll talk about in a second. Condition number 4 was to provide height and material details of the retaining wall on the west side of the driveway. I didn't see details in this set, so that condition has been retained. Condition number 5 was to provide a detail of the trash enclosure. Actually, the detail is provided in the plan set, so you can strike this condition from the new conditions if you like. Condition number 6 was to simplify the roof form. The overall roof plan still has many roof forms, but the introduction of intersecting gables and shed roofs helps to minimize the mass of the roof as compared, and you can see here the prior design and the current design. Condition number 7 was to ensure that all exterior doors, including patio doors, are no more than 2/3 light. That condition has been retained. Condition number 8 was the final approval of this application is contingent upon approval of the Canyonlands and Tower House Affordable Housing large-scale preliminary PUD and subdivision by the Planning and Commission. That happened at their meeting in January, and so that is no longer a necessary condition. Condition number 9 was to substantially increase the front setback to allow for more mature trees and landscaping to reinforce the green corridor and landscape buffer. The front setback has been increased between 4 and 9 feet and now ranges between 7 feet 9 inches and 12 feet 10 inches to the property line. And the average setback from the building to the curb of Colorado Avenue is about 30 feet. So the yellow outline is the front facade of the building. The red line is the new property line, and the blue line is the curb along Colorado Avenue. So I wanted to show those different setbacks and how it looks now compared to the previous review. Condition number 10 was to provide a change of wall plane between the foundation material and the siding material to mimic the traditional masonry unit sizes and application methods. So the materials palette has been revised. The stone is no longer proposed. Corrugated metal is now proposed for the foundation with horizontal and vertical composite siding and metal panels above. Condition number 11 was on the east and west sides of the covered parking, provide a substantial connection of the walls above to the ground. And that has been accomplished with the corrugated metal skirting as well. This is the top one is the west side, the bottom one is the east side. There's still some openings along the east side. The west side has been enclosed. Condition number 12 was to clearly label the exterior materials on the elevations and materials sheet. Those materials are provided on sheets A301 and A302 in your packet. I have included a new condition regarding the materials about the asphalt shingles that are proposed, to revise those to provide a more durable traditional material for the roof. Condition number 13 was, in lieu of physical scale models, provide 3D views of the project to show existing and proposed neighboring view context. I believe the applicants have 3D models to show you this evening. Condition number 14 was to reduce the center mass height on the north elevation. The height of the tallest gable on the north side has been reduced by more than 3 feet, and the width of that gable has been reduced by about 3 feet. So previously, the highest ridge was at 8781.82. It's now at about 8778.64. So I think I've touched on all of the proposed conditions in the memo. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we have Jim Kehoe and Lindsay Newman here, representing the applicants.
Questions for Jonna? Okay, before we or the applicants introduce themselves, Karen, would you just read your name and the record as president?
Yeah, Kieran Lannon's here.
You. So welcome to the applicant, and yeah, find us, well, we know who you are. Read your name in the record, and please share your screens.
Sure. Good evening. Good to see you again. Lindsay Newman with Norris Design.
Jim Kehoe with Kehoe Studio Works and Noel as well. Noel Wilhite.
And we are also joined virtually with Garrett Charton from Servitos and John Lee from Dot Architecture. So they're also on the phone this evening. And thank you, Jonna, for that really great summary. I was going to mention that our Canyonlands and Tower House preliminary PUD and preliminary subdivisions have been approved since we saw you last. So that was some great progress that we made. And then I will turn it over to Jim.
Thank you. Yes, just a bit of story here. I was inserted into the team to help massage the project to something that is more in tune with the mass and scale that you're anticipating for the project and the materiality and so forth. So just the program elements have not changed. The footprints have very slightly changed in areas, and we'll see where that is. So generally, it's really mass and scale and materials. Moving forward.
Could that photo be enlarged?
Yes, this is the introductory photo of the view to the south from Colorado.
Thanks, Jim.
This is a little introductory slide. You've already seen the elevations and so forth. And again, we do have the mass of the prior revised proposal in there. So see the difference in massing and scale. And the materials are a combination of metal and composite siding with timber elements that would be rough sawn. Holds up under the high altitude sunlight better than paint. So rough sawn finished with natural finish. And then we understand that the metal may want to just be replacing the asphalt as well. We understand that. So that's a little overview of the materials for Canyonlands West. This is the site plan, and it shows some modifications of the floor plan, which really is just shifting the elements of the building and retaining the parking. We have space. We're over the parking count, and we're actually looking at increasing it as we move through the HARC without changes to the site. We have the walk-ups in the front here to the units that face Colorado with landscaping and integrated into the walkways. And this is quickly snow storage, and I'm gonna jump into the architecture, looking at the elevations.
Hey, Jim, could you go back to that last slide though on parking? Just before we leave it.
Yes.
And when I first looked at this, I saw these 15 spots in here. I thought, oh, maybe it's underground, but these are just, is there elevation wise? How do those sit within the building?
They are on the ground floor.
Yeah.
So the section of the building goes in to the north. And, you know, the ground floor is the parking level and storage. And the driveway drops down to the south and allows you access to the back.
Yeah, how far does that driveway have to drop to get in the back, just roughly?
Um,
About 6 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we're also able to accommodate bike parking within that covered space as well.
yeah, here's the bike parking. At the corner, very convenient to the walkways that get people out of the site. Adjacent to the stairs. More questions on the site? So yeah, so we took an approach mainly with pushing and pulling the volumes in and out and creating a little more relief to the facades with decks and decks that push into the building and decks that come out and cover entryways. And the utilization of horizontal and vertical siding with different color renditions and an accent of a flat block metal panel, which is kind of a neat, very simple metal application in places just to create the modulation of massing in conjunction with the mix of materials. And you can see that certain masses complement each other. And, you know, the gable roof is sort of the center point there and really highlighting those gables as a roof feature on the front for Colorado.
Take that full screen.
Yes. Is that better?
Not as big as it gets. That's okay. I think you can see it. It's nice to have the perspective of the landscape and the street. So
Yes, so
continue.
it was important for us to try to really reduce the walk up to the units and have it a little closer to the grade. And have a nice rhythm of windows to the elements of the massing as well. You'll notice between these projects, there's some different patterns of windows that differentiate the projects from each other. To elevation. So this is the east elevation, and again, introduction of metal siding, and then obviously taking a more natural approach to all the materials, earth tones, and then the metal as an accent. And then roof elements carrying through and folding over, such as this here, that help without pushing and pulling, that helps break down the walls and adds interest with shadow lines and then stepping back at the top and then at the corners as well. Here. Back. And we move to the next. This is we're walking around the building from south to east, and now or from north to east, and now we're at south. And this is the entry to the parking level. And you can see here the materials are folding around, modulating the masses and the different modulations of the vertical facades. The upper level does step back. That's elevation, and the northwest corner has been reduced substantially, pushed back. Is an element that on the front is recognized as addressing the corner of the site. And again, you can see the materials and the various elements together. And this shows a little bit of screening as an option for the opening that we're doing in the garage. The garage has to be 50% open for our code compliance, and there is the ability to screen with various metal meshes or bar grate, something to be through, but it would mask the cars. So again, here are the images of the building 3D. This is the back looking to the northeast, and coming down, there's a stair that brings into, you can see where the parking bikes are, and then the entry to the garage is here. Various angled parking perpendicular to each other, and then the stepping back of the upper level. And the decks again, some pushing in and some pushing out, just to create that level of interest that helps the whole facade settle environment. And this is a good indication of how this roof steps down. Step down in the corners here. See how the gables are prominent, and then they're flanked by some sheds and lowering the mass. And then we do have a model we could bring up of the overall. It's a white box model, but it shows you the mass and scale. Happy to bring that up if you'd like, but this is showing the street front along Colorado. This slopes down, this pushes back, and then these step out as the road kind of curves toward the north, as you saw in the site. It's actually a streetscape from Tomboy looking road. See the mass. Canadian Lands East. See it. going to, is it take a minute to open the model? But
Sure.
I thought I'd open the white box model.
Hey, while you're opening, you go ahead and start opening, but you said that you're considering some additional parking. Where would that be? Just to save a couple questions later.
Yeah, I think we're looking at modifying some of the parking that's at that lower level. And potentially renegotiating the storage areas a little bit and squeezing some more parking in.
2 or 3 cars? Is
Yeah,
that what
well,
the storage?
yeah, that's about right,
Okay.
probably. So while the white box model is opening, just share. This is a model of the building itself with the adjacent Lands East. The model that's opening will just show the broader context of the site that was requested at the last. Apologies, it's a very large.
You may ask you a question while the file is opening.
Certainly.
Did you guys do or were you requested to do a traffic study of the site, how this project is going to impact the traffic on Main Street and the turns and all this stuff?
That was submitted with the PUD and the subdivision, so that was a part of a different.
Okay.
So do you have any results
Yeah.
that you can tell us about?
Yeah, we didn't have to, nothing was required of us to, no offsite.
Excuse me, can I ask you all to speak out? You have older years back here. It's really hard, you're talking that way, we're not.
That stuck to the table now, so just direction.
We'll do.
Because it kept getting broken. You guys, please speak into your microphone.
Yes.
Yeah, HARC members as well, I love it, you lean back and then you go out, then you come back in, it would just help a lot for us to hear about them.
We will do.
Well, I'm gonna, while the other model's opening, save time and break the silence, I'm just gonna kind of roll around this model here. And you can see that, there's, the different materials, and then there's trim elements around some of the windows, and then trim elements within the facades going vertically. And that's the lower level parking you can see. And you can kind of see here the setback at the upper level. This is an entry into the internal corridor that accesses the units from the interior through the stair courts as well. And that has a roof that's a little different, so it can be understood as public. Public to the private residents. So this model shows in the context of the adjacent properties. Shows project mass and scale. Yes, so here you can kind of see more easily the mass and scale without the materials and how that relates to the surrounding mass and scale buildings. I'll fill in a second. Try to modulate the scale and mass, at the ends, and the corners, various roof elements of introducing some sheds, trying to keep some of the prominence of the gables.
No, just wanted to add that we have read through the conditions and we don't have any issue meeting any of them. So with that, we'll take your questions and comments.
Okay. All right. First of all, welcome to the team, Jim, and you can tell some of your work and thanks for some obvious steps forward, first steps forward. We'll see where we get to tonight. Our objective is to help you get through this, but thank you for your efforts. So we'll start with questions, and who wants to start?
I would like, can you walk us through the site model and sort of, can you get a perspective, kind of walking down the sidewalk, the street, and looking at the building?
The white one.
Mhm.
Both directions.
Sure, I think just kind of walking down the sidewalk,
Yeah.
getting a sense of this building with the neighboring structures.
And now we're looking at the east building. I'll turn it around and go the other direction. Then we'll look at it from across the street. Eye level from across Clark's. Is that Would that work for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
And again, the east end, since we're looking at it, is about 7'9" off of the property line, and then on the west end and near the Clark's land, or at least it's almost 12 feet
Correct.
on the west end. Yeah.
Previously, the east was about 0 feet. on the-
Yeah. Okay, questions?
I have a couple in there, sort of just dimensional in nature, but I think it'll serve to sort of illuminate how much you've reduced in response to some of the conditions. And to be clear, the numbers of units aren't necessarily in HARC's purview, but there were previously 20 units and you've maintained those 20 units.
Yes.
And then in terms of square footage, previously you were at 16,629 square feet. You reduced that by 2,875 square feet or 76 square feet to 13,753. So, yeah, almost 2,900 square foot.
And again, that's
Reduction.
really trying to keep the program and get the mass down and really, modulate the building to fit the town.
And then, yeah, and then additionally, you increased your parking by 3 spaces and also accommodated bicycle parking and snow storage. Okay.
Could you go to a plan that shows the snow storage? I'm not seeing a way for a plow to get in there. Folks parked next to it. I wonder if you guys have a plan for that.
Sure.
Did you get 2 landscape plans? That's what I got. But I printed out the,
But we're
no story.
proposing-
I've got it. It just, doesn't seem like there's access to it. From the front.
So yeah, we're proposing the snow storage on the southwest corner of the site. It has greatly increased in area and also helps that we are covering much more of the parking than previously, so less snow storage will be required. Your question about access, it's going to take some sort, and it's gonna be the same on both sites, that we'll need some sort of a bobcat or something to push snow back in that corner. The area that's directly adjacent to parking space number 1, it's just gonna be it's just gonna be a parking management and having people move their cars so that snow can be pushed, which in order to plow this parking lot, likely people will have to have their cars moved on a certain day of the week or when there's a storm, and that's pretty typical for,
Similar to the street.
yeah, similar to the street, on-street parking and things like that. So that whole side right there is open air and can just be pushed into that zone and yeah.
I have a few questions, but I'm gonna wait. Everybody has a chance. More questions?
I do have a handful. So in all of these projects, it looks like the materials, the color palette and the detailing is generally the same throughout. I know there's some differences, but I'm curious if that is your intent to have use the same palette, generally the same palette of materials, the same detailing on all 5 separate buildings that are a part of this whole development, or are you open to varying the palette of materials and the detailing so that each building could have a little bit of its own character?
Yeah, and we attempted to do that, and maybe we can take it further, and happy to. And, I think the big push was introducing the natural tones. Introducing metal to each of the facades in a different fashion. The flat lock metal on Canyonlands and on the other buildings, so the metal is distinctive, but we're happy to, we're totally open, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So because you're new to the team, I'll go ahead and ask this because I asked it before. From studying this, and again, thanks for making a big first step here. But the elephant in the room is threefold: parking, mass and scale, and height and setbacks from the street, which, as Lindsay noted, you moved it back. I think this could all be over the next meeting. If you would consider one item that solves all three problems. We could all go home. And you know what it is. So I'll ask it as a question. The 15 or so cars that you show on the ground floor, as I looked at the previous submittals 5 or 6 years ago, whenever it was, they had a ramp going down there and almost all the parking was underground. But would you consider doing that as a matter of, then you can increase step back from the street, you could keep the program, you could reduce the height because you might be able to get some units on the ground floor. Is this something you have, and the front and the setback would be able to go back another 10 feet or so from quote unquote the gateway to town? Because you would reduce the number of cars outside. And so would you be willing to explore that is what my question is.
So before we, I guess, answer that directly, I wanted to just provide something a little bit on the mass and scale side of this conversation. And so we looked at the mass and scale as from the original proposal to this revised proposal. And we have reduced the mass and scale over 35 feet in height by 66% in total. So a volumetric cubic foot reduction of 66% without putting all of the parking completely underground. So we feel like we're doing a really good job of achieving the reduction of mass and scale with this proposal. But if you'd like to talk any more about underground parking.
Yeah, that is a question that has a pretty, I would say, a pretty significant budget.
Yeah.
Ticket to it. And I'm sure
But
you're aware of
it's
it.
750,000 for dewatering and a raft foundation. Know what this is, but you don't have to say any more. I'm just trying to see in what ways could we get through this quickly.
Yeah,
But-
and I think that the other issue too or the other challenge that we've seen, and we did take some time and study those other plans that you're referring to since we were here last, is just the floodplain. And the location of the floodplain bringing, it's not necessarily going to make the building lower at this point because our finished floor elevation is going to be set by that.
Yeah, that's a.
So
that's
it
a
wouldn't
reality.
necessarily decrease the overall mass and scale, but we did take, our updated architecture and the massaging of the building, looking at how we could reduce that mass and scale. And we feel like we've come a really long way from where we were
Okay.
previously.
Well, we'll see what the deliberations are. I just wanted to ask it as a question and why we still had time to ask questions. And because many of us had studied those plans also. The answer we got last time was the ramp's too steep, and that's not true. But anyway. All right, well, let's see where we're getting and with respect to public comment. And we've got a lot of people here. Would you come up and grab that mic and just state your name, and we'd ask you 3 minutes or less, please.
Thank you. My name's Angela Dye. I'm here as a citizen. Some of you may know me as a member, but I am not here to represent PNC at all. Just to make that clear, I'm here as a citizen. I am here with my background in landscape architecture to advocate for the site. A lot of people have been working on the buildings, and PNC obviously works on land use, but I'm here to advocate on 3 different topics here because I'm concerned about the visual as we enter town and also about climate action items that can be addressed at the site level. First of all, pedestrian access for this building in particular, the easement to Telluride Lodge or through that area. I still have a question about whether or not that can be achieved. We have achieved a central parking lot. Maybe if you could bring up a site, that's all right, or the landscape plan. The bike rack area, it takes 7 feet long to park a bike. That's a long, narrow space, and I'm wondering about whether it's functional. The second area of concern for me is with this particular building is drainage and snow storage, and I think that's been brought up. With regard to the parking, perhaps that area should be covered and the snow shed on the south side there, but also covered with solar panels. That would be a good exposure for that. And it would also solve some of the snow stacking issue. Third, with regard to planting, there are landscape plans prepared for this and the other Tower House submittal tonight. I want to point out that we are losing 12 cottonwoods. Most of them mature, some as large as 32-inch caliper. That makes a huge statement as you enter town. It also makes a neighborhood. And I'm concerned about their replacement, frankly. There are not any cottonwood shown on this landscape plan that I can tell. And I am here to advocate for replacing them. There are 3 to protect, and I hope the town takes that very seriously, and the developer as well. On the south edge of this property, there are 2 by Telluride Lodge and 1 over by the corner, that southeast corner. It's a 32-inch caliper cottonwood. Now, I know that we may consider that mature. In some cases, they're considered hazard trees. But in the case of the scale of these buildings, and I say the neighborhood, not just this complex, cottonwoods are the only thing that are really going to address the scale and make it feel like a neighborhood. Aspen just are not going to cut it. The other thing I would specify, perhaps in a condition, is that we add more conifers. That means juniper, pine, and spruce. There is 1 spruce they're showing that will hopefully be retained along, you can see it here on the north side of the Canyonlands East. And that's great, but we need a mix. We need diversity, we need resilience in our landscape, and we need to lean on the natives. At Mendota, there's pine, there's oak, there's which we don't normally plant in town, but we are warming a climate, so we need to have a diversity. And I'll save the rest for the next time. Who's next?
Thank you. Okay, who'd like to speak next?
I'm Patty McIntosh from Telluride Lodge, and some concerns I have are the distance of the covered parking and the parking along Telluride Lodge. I can't really comprehend how far that is just by the spaces. It looks like the rendition that you had, you showed like really small cars in those spaces. And I'm just thinking, what about SUVs and trucks? When you say you're going to have them move their cars for snow removal, good luck. Telluride Lodge has a real problem with this. I'm just wondering, in the rendition, the white area, it looked like the Canyonlands is lower height-wise than Telluride Lodge. I don't know if that's true, but I appreciate you guys did great with mass and scale and coloring. I like that. But in that rendition, I can't believe you would go lower than Telluride Lodge, but that's to be answered. And yeah, I guess it's just the snow shed. The drainage is really a big problem that we have at Telluride Lodge, and you're right up against us.
Hello, Commission. My name is Sandy Gorley. I live in the Mountain House, the west side of that, between these 2 projects. Appreciate your time. Appreciate the effort you guys are putting in to try and make this project work. I'm going to go back to maybe a comment, Jim, you said about you've met the programming or kept the programming, and I think that's the root cause of the challenges here. And I don't know what this commission can do to help with this, but it feels, looking at this in detail, as my wife Sherry and I have done, that we're just trying to put too much on these sites. And you'll hear this comment from me again on Tower House, excuse me. And we're creating conflicts for the future. Conflicts in terms of parking, of course, we've talked about that. There's over 60 bedrooms planned in these combined facilities with 28 parking spaces. And if I'm wrong on those numbers slightly, I apologize, but there's a lot more bedrooms than parking spaces. There's no green space for anybody and their pets, except for our property right in the middle. And I feel like we're being taken advantage of, as if, well, there's that green thing in the middle that, that people can see, that can still see some green here. That feels impactful, very impactful to us. We've picked at things like service areas and snow storage. I mean, they're just examples of the fact that there's too much on these sites. There's not enough room to do this right. And the result will be generations of conflicts due to people not being able to cope with this crowded site. So we appreciate your consideration of these concerns, and we thank you for your time.
Take that. Good evening. My name is Craig Smith. I live at the southwest corner on the west end of the lot of the Canyonland. The density, everything that was said is shared. Biggest concern that we had, everything from lighting and noise and all of this, and there's that little boxed area in the back there where the parking is. Will this fall below? We can't tell by your drawings. Will the covered spot fall below the windows on the top floor of the existing building on the west side? Because all of this is a lot to do with how boxed in we've become back there. I can't tell, but the density is the main thing I wanted to support. Very concerned about the lighting and the windows. With our existing windows, your building's going to be right next to us. Are they going to line up directly with our windows? You've got them spaced out.
They'll comment on that in a few minutes.
Thank
Thanks
you
for putting up the question.
Once again, though, I support what you said. Anybody want this?
Sure.
Hello, I'm Matt Hintermeister. I live at 700 West Colorado, known as the Village Leasehold. I hope you received my letter regarding the confusion surrounding the PUD approval by P&Z. I think it's really important for you guys to know about that. I do appreciate the new architecture overall. However, we must see story poles, and I would encourage the applicant to, before erecting story poles again, in order to save time and money, to consider making some of the changes that people have talked about before doing that. But once the poles are up, it'd be great for them to stay up a bit longer than a couple of days. Maybe a whole week would be good. I'm only interested in the current lot line and not the proposed. This project extends too much into the public right of way. We had staff at the P&Z meeting give all sorts of examples of right-of-way vacations, but none of them included 2- and 3-story buildings. There is no stepping down to the neighbor to the west. It's basically a 3-story wall facing the very few windows that neighbor, me, has to the view and to our view and light corridor. Both for the commercial unit below me and the residential units on the second floor. I've heard exciting new rumors about significant improvements to the parking, including the garage idea and even extending the garage under the public right-of-way along Colorado, which would be an amazing idea, but I don't see any evidence of that. One error I found is that on the south elevation, where this building is next to the village leasehold, there is no tower element on that south elevation on the village leasehold. So it creates confusion regarding comparative height of the buildings. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I sit?
Please.
Thank you. And I will speak into the mic. Thanks for your time. I've been at most of the meetings. Sally Courtney, sorry. Resident, citizen. I think it looks a lot better. I'm happy with the progress. But I'm going to go back to what I said originally. HARC has done an incredible job with the town of Telluride, keeping the old, staying within the regulations. This is the entrance to our town. We have to get this right. I think we can still do better. I think that 1 point seems to be really high. It seems to be out of perspective with the rest of the building, but that's just kind of one thing. I would agree with the gentleman in the back. I think we're trying to cram 50 pounds in a 20-pound bag. It's big. It's at the center of or the beginning at the entrance of our town. I'm going to go back to the area. It is the most congested area that we have in this town. The gondola where I am located, where my office is, that's bad. It's nothing like this. We have too many cars on the street. We have children. I'm concerned about the kids and the cars. Now we're adding a big project and we're still not parking underground. We got to get this right. If you get that parking underground, I think it'll change the whole demeanor of the project. I think you can get out of the right of ways, which I don't think you belong in anyway. Stay on your own property. I agree with Angela. There is very little green space. And for storage, snow storage, let's really talk about that for a minute. Drive up and down any street in Telluride. We are snow storage, every street in this town. You can't expect, well, first of all, they only plow once a week, pretty much, once in a while after a storm. Again, I'm on Oak Street. If Monday's a holiday, we get missed and it goes until the next week. I mean, we have to be realistic about what we're going to do with the snow. And I'm not sure what you're going to do with it. So I think if we can work on snow storage, which will give us more green space, perhaps. The landscaping plan needs work, but that's down the road. We have to get there. I think the biggest thing is the parking, the number of cars, people, and kids in this area. I think they're the most important things, and I think that they need to be addressed. And I would just say, HARC, keep doing your job. You're going to have to work harder because we got to get this right. Thanks. That wasn't my phone. Oh, okay, good. Perfect. Thank you.
Anybody else? Let's see online. Anybody out there want to raise their hand electronically while we're waiting?
I've got one, Ashley Von Sprecken.
Okay, Ashley, you can unmute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I is Ashley Von Sprecken. I'm a town of Telluride resident. I'm on the town council, but because I am your next door neighbor, I'm here speaking as a private citizen. I live at Telluride Lodge in the 300 building right behind this project. My big comment is those of you that have been here a long time might remember when Telluride Lodge was built. It was built in the 70s and it was not built with snow and particular uses in mind. And that property, had a lot of heartburn for many years. I would say that, my concern looking at this project really is with the exposed parking in the back. I think that a better design would be to have all of that parking covered. I think you are really, really going to struggle. Our community is really going to struggle with all of the issues that we've heard surrounding snow removal. And I would also like for that to be taken really seriously. And then additionally, with hopefully having that parking covered, then making sure that we have a really good plan for snow shed off of the building heading towards the south side, which is where the Telluride Lodge building is located, just so that we don't run into additional issues with flooding and stuff like that can occur. I think that I really appreciate all of the changes that have been made. I think that this design is so much more in keeping with the design of our town. And I think that it's a great step forward, but I would really, really ask you to consider not having any exposed parking lots that are going to require plowing going forward. And then how we're going to, and then on that, how we're going to mitigate snow shed just to the surrounding buildings and how that can affect walkways and other neighbors. So those are my big comments. I think that underground parking would be an amazing idea. And I think that that is, probably something that could really help us just with the amount of parking that's needed and making sure that we're not trying to deal with removing snow from empty lots. Thank you.
Thank you. Deanna is next. Buggy.
Hi there, I'm Deanna Baggy. I live in the 300 building at Telluride Lodge. And our biggest concerns are we 100% agree there's too much going on in too little of a space without their own green spaces there. And also we're on the end of that unit that's going to look directly at you guys. So it's very much going to feel like we're in like a big city now, with the height and everything. But the other thing is with the parking lot, we're just very concerned about the public access directly into the Telluride Lodge area and the walkway that goes into Clark's, and Tomboy Lane becomes an ice skating rink in the winter. And so where are people going to walk if they're coming through there? They're going to go right through the 300 building to get through there onto to have the ski access. And then it also is concerning that if people are visiting those people in the apartment buildings and there is that public access in that back way through the parking lot, they're just going to park on Tomboy Lane, take up Telluride parking lot spots and go in through that way. And so those are some of our major concerns. And then the other concern we have is where you have the garbage placed. That's going to be directly against our building, and we open our windows in the summer. And we're going to be, is that an enclosed space? What are you going to do to deter the wildlife, bears, especially if there's going to be, instead of a closed off fence along there, if there's going to be public access, that's also going to encourage those critters to be in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another comment from Carrie Koenig. You'd unmute.
Yeah, hi, this is Carrie Koenig. I'm also a resident full-time at the Telluride Lodge. And we try to be pedestrians as much as possible. I have 2 kids that I take to school. And so we navigate this area. And I strongly agree with what Sally Courtney said about high traffic in that area with pedestrians and bikes. It is a safety concern of mine as a parent with 2 young kids. And we've navigated from the Telluride Lodge to both the elementary school and to the middle high school across the street. I would like to see staff come up with a map of the pedestrian access in that area. And this was a very, very hot topic at the recent public input meetings about the Lift 7 master planning. That on the west end of town, because Telluride Lodge is such a large private parcel, it's difficult to navigate around that. And I think we do need to think in terms of navigating around it and not assume that people are going to be perpetually allowed to go through hallways or through yards that are privately owned. And what does that look like from a pedestrian standpoint? And there are, this is the roof at Boomerang Lodge that sheds huge ice chunks, and pedestrians are forced to walk right underneath that roof because there's not enough room on the street. That Tomboy Street's getting more traffic than it should because the divider that's supposed to block through traffic from going to Carhenge is insufficient, and cars just go around that. So I'd like to see, as part of this development, like what are the impacts that happen adjacent to it? And it's going to create more problems for pedestrians. And I would love to see the solutions. Show me a map of all of the easements and right-of-ways that pedestrians and bikes could use to get from major hubs, be it between Carhenge, Lift 7, this development, both schools, and Clark's. I just would like to see a plan for that and what that looks like so that people can safely walk and that we encourage pedestrians. Thanks.
Okay, that's the last of virtual comments. Anybody else in the room want to speak? Anybody else want to speak? Not, you have a chance for rebuttal if you'd like.
Sure. The only thing I was going to mention is that the previous covered on our previously proposed plan was 14 parking spaces. And so we have increased that by 7 spaces. So we are now at 21 covered spaces. Just in terms of providing covered parking, and the trash will be in an enclosure. While it's not in the garage in the covered parking, it will be within an enclosure, and those details were provided.
Okay. That's good. Do you want to comment on any of the public comments or questions? Some of them ask you questions. No, you want to be silent?
Not at this time.
Okay. Then we're going to start deliberations. And we'll start with number 2, as Jonna noted. Well, they didn't comment on it, but it have to be enclosed and trash enclosure, and it's shown, so I guess we'll take it off the list, and gonna have to be bear approved, et cetera. So we have a 1, 3, and a 4, and then open for other suggestions. Who would like to start?
Well, I'll start. First and foremost, I want to commend the applicant for taking our previous conditions and discussion to heart. I think this clearly, to me, in terms of the guidelines, being as objective as possible with the subjective guidelines is a pretty major improvement. I especially appreciate how the building steps down at the corners. I think the Colorado Avenue facade is much less imposing. It is, still 3 stories there in the center, but it's one item, one gable instead of 3 adjacent. I mean, I think that's a pretty substantial move. In this image, you can see here how those recessed porches create quite a lot of shadow and relief. And I could keep going down that list, but I do just want to say that this is a huge step forward. Reading back through all of the conditions, and for everybody that maybe wasn't here at the last meeting, there were 14 conditions at the previous meeting. Most of those have been addressed, and 4 of them 2 of them really have been, or 3 of them have been contained, and then there's a new one about the asphalt shingles, which you already said you don't have a problem dealing with. Just comparing the conditions from the previous meeting to this meeting, the conditions about mass and scale have largely been addressed. Conditions that have been retained relate to material details. Like we've talked about the trash enclosure. I think, improvements have been made, not without necessarily at the expense of the use. I am sympathetic to the public comments about trying to compress too much program into this site. But it is land use code compliant. It complies with the zone district. And I'll just throw it out there. I think I could approve this. There's 4 conditions, unless we want to come up with more. We've certainly approved projects with more conditions than that.
Well, I grant 24 to 3 is a big step. Let me just throw out there a couple concerns that I have. The 41-foot height still of this north gable should, to me, under 20 mass and scale 23 and 24 building forms should be reduced. an easy one would be, but we do this all the time in the name of consistency. We have a 3-story plane right in the middle of that gable going straight up to 41 feet. We've never approved anything like that ever. So that's an easy fix though, with breaking that up or actually setting it back 3 to 5 feet and maybe give them a big or a deck or something. So that's my second concern, is that unbroken wall plane. My third concern is Stacy, the one you brought up last time, and I appreciate it, the setback from Colorado. We've heard a lot of public comment about it. Again, my belief, it should be significantly further back, you know.
But Mark, hasn't that ship sailed? P and Z's approved.
No, we're adjudicating mass and scale and context of neighborhood, and we can still rule on how we interpret the design guidelines and setbacks. I look at that as the minimums, just like the height was the maximum. Of course, that went away with the PUD. But we have a 35-foot height in most of the neighborhood, and we have a 41-foot tall gable. So I think that could be easily fixed. And then that wall plane, 3 stories. And then the setback, and then the west building step down. I don't think it'd take a major amount, and I've seen creativity from this particular architect before to resolve these things. But more than the east, I think that, and there was a public comment on it, needs to step down somewhat more to comply, in my belief. And then, of course,
West,
sorry,
sorry,
west,
the west.
yeah, big block wall. And then, you know, the creation of more green space. I don't know about saving the trees, but more green space would happen with some changes to the parking, as people have suggested many times before. So I think we do have a height issue. It's getting better. I agree with Stacy. I think we have the 3-story wall plane uninterrupted. I think we have a setback that would comply more with mass and scale and context of the neighborhood, especially at the gateway. And then this west building step down, and then any opportunities for green space. But those are the 5 things that I just want to throw out there and see what other people think. And welcome your input on those. I mean, we all agree with her 1 through 4 except 2, right? I mean, that's kind of no brainer. So whoever wants to comment on some of these ideas, please.
I could go in. I think I agree with you on the west facade. I think there could be some back on those planes a little bit more to break that up. The one thing that, when I first looked at this thing, the south elevation, the center section there is, I'd say, pretty unique. It's got that huge long roof at the 3rd floor that goes all the way across, and we have these sort of half shed roofs that go, and then their balconies at 2 or 3 different places. It just looks really odd to me, and I think it could use some more articulation and some breakup of that roof, and possibly the little shed roof that's at the base of the 3rd floor. That makes sense. You know what I'm talking about? Maybe put it up there.
Did you talk into your microphone? Sorry.
Did you miss me? Okay. Sorry. So again, the issue that I have, or issue I want to talk about with the board, is that long 3rd floor roof across the back. I think it could use some more articulation. And then that little shed roof that it forms the balconies that also, yeah, that one right there. I think that needs something. It needs to be broken up somehow. It just makes everything a long line across there, and I think it could use some more articulation. I agree about I think there's an issue with the snow storage, definitely. It's a good sized space, but I just don't see it being able to be used very well. How you solve that, I don't know. I know the issue with the parking and the access through Tomboy Lodge, or Telluride Lodge, excuse me. I use it every day too, going over to Clark's Market, not every day, but through there. And I think that it's important to maintain that in some way, a connection through the property. there was a question in some of the written, comments about protecting existing vegetation during construction, and there is guidelines about that. My question, maybe for staff or whatever, for us would be, does that include vegetation on other people's property? Are we?
I think we're right. I think we're within our four walls.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But we certainly have a concern about that. Some of the trees are very close. And then when we get into the other project, it's even more, a little bit of a problem. So that's what I have. I think the, north elevation, the main elevation, I think really has come a long, long way. And, I'm good with that.
Would you support breaking up the wall plane on that gable that's 41 feet?
This one?
On the north elevation, the big tall gable, this wall plane that goes straight up from the.
Oh, yeah, I think that could step back somehow, maybe a little bit, and maybe the deck that's there is different, could be bigger.
I would appreciate if there was a change in ball plan between the two gable forms. And if those were more defined as their own elements instead of that, it's sort of the yellow vertical siding of one wall.
Mhm. And what do you do about the setbacks from Colorado?
From
that I
Colorado?
mentioned, yeah.
Well, we've increased them from the new property line.
Yep.
Well, if we could do more, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not real concerned about that.
Okay. Anything else, Bob?
Nope.
I have a handful of things. First of all, I do agree with Stacy and what Bob said. I think this has come a long way. It's a vast improvement over what we saw last. I think a lot of the conditions that were resolved by this new design. I just a few comments here, and then things I'd like the board to discuss. I also don't think that the snow plow works as designed. Sorry, the snow storage area with access. I don't think you can get a snow plow in there without moving cars. I'm curious, something you might have mentioned, Mark, if the mass and scale at the northeast and northwest corners is enough, if that needs to step back further with the roof planes or the decks need to be enlarged. Not quite convinced we're there yet with those two corners. I would like to, yeah, Mark, I'm not 100% sure I agree with, I think the tallest gable form on the northern elevation, I think that would certainly benefit if they could step back the third level into a deck. I'm not sure if that's that important to me. I appreciate the other moves to step down the project and break up the mass and scale with the decks. I'm relatively satisfied there. I would like to see a step in wall plane between those two gables. So whether that's just a foot or so, I think would help the massing there as well. I'm curious what the board thinks about the materiality across all 5 structures in this proposal. The building that was already approved has a different material palette. My sort of gut reaction is I would like to see each of these projects have their own unique architecture and individual character. And I think that's supported in the introduction in paragraph 4. But I kind of want to hear what everyone has to say about that idea.
The only real thought I had with concerns of materiality is in section 1 building materials. It's in 8.2, corrugated metal is not an approvable foundation material. Additionally, and we just had this last month,
Right, I was gonna mention that.
corrugated metal may be considered on a secondary structure. This is clearly not. So I'd like to see corrugated metal at the foundation be one of the approved materials or one of the materials listed in the guidelines. But I left that off because it's less, it's not mass and scale right now. We're really getting down
Yeah.
right nuts and bolts of it.
So do you have an opinion on whether or not powder materials, detailing, and color should be same throughout all these projects?
Well, I do. I mean, I think they should be, to the degree that they're differentiated from each other, serves to make this seem like less of a compound. It's certainly a way to, it doesn't reduce mass and scale per se, but it reduces the perception that this is a one large project as for the neighborhood, for sure. When I first opened up this packet, my initial reaction was, oh, this is better. But then it sort of not deteriorated. It sort of then reverted or reduced to, wow, there's a lot going on. And I think that's good because it breaks things up and it provides interest. I do wonder about if there's a certain material palette here and a different one over there and a different one over there, if it just starts to get too chaotic and too eclectic.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a possibility to use the palette, but maybe one building may have more of a material than the other. You know, like this has a little bit of the, call it the yellow wood, whatever that is, where other buildings have more of it or less of it. And maybe we can have them kind of try to mix it up a little bit more between the buildings.
We have to find a guideline, right? Because now we're talking about color.
Yeah.
I hated it when HARC talks about color because it's not in here.
And I call it color just because it's different there, but they are breaking it up using different materials. The yellow is a different material than the brown. And maybe we do suggest that there are larger expanses or smaller expanses of any particular material, just so that you say, oh yeah, this is all one project, but it does have some variety in it. That makes sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think I would advocate for a little bit, taking that just a little bit next level. The detailing might change a little bit. Obviously, the forms and the overall architecture are very similar throughout the moves.
Balconies could be different.
Yeah, things of that nature. I think that would
Mhm.
benefit all of these projects from, so that you're not walking down the street and you're seeing kind of the same thing and then you're interrupted by the two projects in the middle. It's a bit odd to me. What are everyone's thoughts on the corner mass and scale? Corners of the northern facade.
Here and the west and east
Yeah.
corners?
Yep.
My thoughts are they did what we asked them to do. They're now truly two-story elements at the corners.
Well, I think the western is closer to a 3-story half. The grade drops off significantly.
True, but it does then step back at this corner.
Yes,
There-
it is of just, that's really the articulation on that facade, other than the stair tower is moving.
Matt, can you speak up?
Oh,
I have a hard time hearing.
sorry. I'm just debating with Stacy. I would like to see a greater stepping down at this corner here. So it could be as simple as increasing the size of that deck, cutting the roof back a little bit more, or stepping the roof down. I don't think it's a substantial move.
On that corner mostly, or the other corner?
Mostly this corner.
Yeah. I would support that on that corner. The other corner with that one story in front seems like they've kind of complied, on the west end. But on the east end, it seems like the step down is needed.
Sorry,
Are you-
which,
I think that's different than what.
Adam, yeah.
No, the east end, I think, should be stepped down further.
I was saying that
Oh,
the west,
on the
I
west.
think is
Oh.
more egregious than, I think the east is more of a true two-story, and then as we get to the west, it's
Oh,
it's
okay.
getting taller as a
All right,
grade
well,
drops off.
let's see what everybody thinks. So 3 people haven't weighed in yet at all, but add that to your list to weigh in on if you would. In addition to height of the building, the 3-story wall plane, the Colorado setback, west building step down, Bob's point about the south end articulation, and Matt's point here about the 2 corners. And any comments on green space? If you could comment on those. I know it's getting to be kind of a long list, but Kieran looks like he wants to go first.
Do I? Sorry, I don't have much of a voice, so I apologize for
Oh, sorry.
I can't. Y'all can't hear me. Mark, I don't know if you read my mind or I read your mind, but I hope I read your mind because mine's not a pleasant place at all times. But I couldn't agree more with what you had brought up, each and every single one of the things you brought up. And then I also agree with Bob's notion on the rear of the building. And Matt, I agree with the northwest corner that probably, I think it's defensible for it to be improved. What am I missing?
You didn't like anything I said.
About it.
I mean, I like you as a person, Stacy. I don't.
Okay, well, we'll save your voice. Thank you for the support. So here we go.
Right. Is it okay if I go?
Sure.
All right. I also feel very sympathetic and in agreement with most of the public comments about this project. Also see a tremendous improvement in the design with the new addition from the team. So, thank you guys for improving this project. I agree with all of Matt's comments. And I would like to see a better 2-story definition of the west corner. I wanted to add to Bob's comment on the south facade. I don't think that the mass and scale has been reduced from the south facade, and that extremely, like, it's horizontal eave on the third, it's almost like a 4th story there, does not help with this at all. I feel that if you break that continuous line or push it back, that would help with breaking the facade and the appearance of an extremely high building, which does not fit into the context of this site. I understand it was a roof solution, etc., for the drainage, but still this floating shed roof adds height to this facade. I also think that we need to add to the condition for the parking. And according to AC 20 C6, where you have to provide parking, design the parking layout so all spaces are accessible and usable year round. I think the idea of underground parking sounds great. It will be an amazing solution to a lot of problems. If you can't, at least try to cover with the shed roof the few open spaces that you have to mitigate snow, and also, like, perhaps like that would help with just the pedestrian scale in a way too. And Mark, on the setbacks towards Colorado, I don't think they've met that. I think they need to increase the setback from Colorado as well. Yes, and that would allow for better addressing pedestrian scale and greenscaping as well. Yeah.
Well, there's not much left on the bone, but I can say I pretty much agree with everyone else from Mark's initial comments, Matt's, Kieran's, Bob's, and to my left right here. You know, one of the biggest things, and we've talked about it every single meeting, is the parking. And I understand from an applicant standpoint what your job is. And then also from our standpoint and the public standpoint is to take in consideration of how this affects the community. And this parking is going to wreak havoc on this entire area if we don't get it right. And this is going to set the standard for future development projects here. So I would, you know, ask you to please do something to create more covered parking space in this area. The snow storage here is not adequate. It is going to be very difficult to get in and out of there and remove the snow. And there's not going to be many places for the people there to park. And on top of the current traffic that's in the area throughout the day, it's going to be even more difficult to make this happen, especially when we have a lot of snow days back to back or on a big snow year. And then in 19 on automobile circulation, says large scale projects that can occur in the accommodations treatment area typically have automobile activity associated with them. This should not, however, have any negative impacts on the area or the town as a whole. It says automobile circulation patterns, both internal, external, should be clearly identified and should not interfere with pedestrian circulation systems. So that last sentence about the pedestrian circulation system, with what we're trying to do is encourage pedestrian traffic for people traveling through here back to Telluride Lodge. And then with all the cars having to come in and out for snow days, it's really going to kind of be what one of the public comments was. It's a concern for the children and for other people coming in and out of there. So I would just highly encourage you guys to you know, put your best thinking caps forward and try to get this done, because it's been an issue every single time. But overall, I really appreciate everything you guys have done. I think it's been a tremendous improvement since the first few that we have, and I look forward to seeing what you guys come back with.
Okay.
Excuse me, could I clarify just a couple of factual things I heard that maybe you need to clarify before you draft your conditions? First is that the highest roof ridge on this building is not 41 feet, it's less than 38 feet. It's there on the screen, it's at 37.7. So if you're asking that to be reduced, please take that into account. And the second thing is that corrugated metal is allowed for foundation skirting in this treatment area under 31A5.
Really?
So, just in case you go down that path with her.
31.
That's all. Thank you.
Corrugated metal may be considered on secondary structures.
And foundation.
And-
Oh, and foundation skirting on commercial buildings.
And foundation skirting
And
and additive forms on commercial buildings.
Additive foundation
And
skirting.
there's
Well,
a
it's
lot of,
more, okay, but it's more than foundation skirting. It's the
Okay.
whole wall.
yes, but in case you wanted to go to the foundation skirting, just wanted you to.
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Hey, Jonna, on A30, I was just looking at roof height at 87.78, and then I took the average finish grade at 87.37. And that equals 41 feet. I know they have something labeled there, but as I look at these two elevations, that's what it does. From
Can you
87.78.
allow them to address that?
Yeah, from 87.78 on A30 or 3Q, it's not got- to 87.37, which is the average finish grade. I didn't take it down to the existing grade.
I think it's from the front grade, but please allow Jim to.
Okay, well, and that's where I was going from the average existing grade. So I think the answer is you're right. If you just take it from the front door grass, it's only 37.
Right, and but that's not how we calculate height.
Yeah.
So.
No,
Okay.
we understand the differences between how you derived it. And what
Okay, that's
we're
fine.
looking at.
No argument there. But thanks, Jonna, for some of those clarifications.
Thank you.
I'd like to summarize. I have up to 9 items now that I'd like to kind of take a straw poll before we make a motion so that we're not fumbling around. If you would. I'll start and go backwards. Number 9 is this parking, AC20 and AC. Are you supportive of putting a condition in including that? It's the circulation and the appearance, neighbors and covered parking. All in favor?
How are you writing that?
How are you, can you elaborate?
I would almost just read the AC 20.6,
C.6,
huh?
26C.6.
20.
Steve.
Sign the parking lots all phases. Yeah, that's 20C.6, yeah. And 19 is what?
A.
Yeah, that you just read.
Yep.
Which talks about the large scale projects and the impact on not just circulation patterns, but negative impact on the area.
Yep.
So would everybody just show hand, be supportive of that condition?
How are you gonna write it? I guess that's the question.
Well, I can espouse it if
19. Introduction,
I would just-
intro and.
revise parking to comply with AC 19 and A and AC 20.C.6.
If that's the way it's gonna be, I would support that.
We're not saying exactly how to do it, but so all in favor, just show hands. Parking? That? No, 4. Okay, so that's number 8 was the step back, which I thought was going on the wall plane between those two gables. I didn't pick up on that either, even if you said if it's a foot or two on the north side.
Yes.
I mean, everybody okay?
Yep.
It's a good one.
Okay, 7 was Matt's corners comment.
So it sounds like everyone just focused in on the northwest corner, not the
Okay.
northeast corner, so.
So
that's
northwest?
Correct.
Okay, we're all good with that. I'll concede to that. Well, I really can't find a good open space, but if they make some of these other changes, including when we get the setback, maybe we'll accomplish that. The west building step down that Bob with some more step down on the west elevation.
I think you're talking about the south you're talking
We
the
talked
roof.
about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Side.
That's south. There was another one on west, so I won't confuse them. On the south, or looking to the north, you had the articulation comment, and then Elisa chimed in about possibly setting that back for, I don't know if it was setting back the third floor. Is that what you were saying? It's set back about 3 or 4 feet now.
Set back the eve or the third floor
Okay.
altogether.
So Bob, is that one you could craft? The words to it, or?
I'm not sure. Is this for the west elevation?
No, this is on the.
Oh, for the south.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You're south.
Yeah.
Who brought up the west? That was Bob too. Wasn't it?
No, it was you, Mark.
Was it me?
Okay.
Okay. I can't remember. But my
23.
question is, I mean, they do step down, obviously, on one side to the south, but does anybody share that concern of the public comment of the appearance of too big of a wall, or?
I think more articulation on that western side would be advantageous. I do think it is the least important side to be concerned with.
It's the least violating.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and then number 3 was the setback from Colorado, crucial element. It's now 7'9" on one end, on the east end, and 12 feet, and yes, they moved it back. But our job is to say at the gateway to town, is this enough? I expressed my belief that it should be further back, 5 to 7 foot further, and I think that can be accomplished with some of these other design changes and perhaps still keep the program. But who would support we won't specify the footage, because I'd like to see it at the end. I think where I'm looking at this, I'm not sure I don't want to see story poles, which I came in here thinking I didn't. But who would support a further setback? Raise your hand. 1, 2. Oh, okay. Oh. All right. And then the 3-story wall plane on that north elevation that only goes 37 feet to the top, to the gable. with stepping up back the third floor somewhat to break it up. Who would support that? Okay, well,
Which one was that? I'm sorry, I was reading.
that was for two north, three-story wall plane.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay, and I think that's an easy one to accomplish without really loss of much square footage or anything. But it certainly would comply better with the guidelines. And then the last one was the first one that I brought up, and that is reducing the height of that north gable, okay, albeit from 37 feet from the actual sidewalk elevation. I would note that next door, we have about a 30-foot tall, mostly Clark's building, plus that tower that, as we've always said, previous board's mistakes are not our problem, and we should not adjudicate based on one mistake would allow another. However, if it's 30 feet for the majority of that Clark's, as I wrote down from the last meeting, this is 37, and we're just talking about that north gable height. Who would support a reduction, not even specifying, of the north gable height? Just raise your hand.
Well, just quickly, I would support kind of one or the other. We step back the plane, that does it for me. I don't think it has to be both of these things. It's like
Okay,
double dipping a bit. If you
agree.
step it back and lower it, that I don't need that.
okay.
So step back and or.
Sure.
Well, we could do an and or.
I would be fine with an and, or I don't necessarily think that that gable needs to step back. I think they've done a good job of lowering the overall height and stepping it down. So we're asking them to do a lot here. in this
Well,
condition.
I would support stepping it back and then lowering it less. But you know what? I'd like to visualize it. I'd like to see it. I don't want to be crass. I just like to see it.
No, for me, it's in the,
I don't know which
it's in
one
the
works
center,
best.
right?
Yeah.
It needs to have some height to differentiate it from the roof forms beyond it.
Yeah,
I mean, we can't turn this into a flat roof project.
No.
It needs to have
I agree. It should be
high
the high
points and
point.
low points. So
But buildings next to it are mostly 30 feet. It's 37. So do we have and/ors? Is that what I kind of getting the drift? That's what we're supporting.
And or.
And or.
And or.
All right. I retreat from my and. Because we like you. Okay. Okay. Well, then I think we're ready for a motion.
Can I, before we do that, can I read you what I think?
Sure.
What's my number for this one?
Well, it depends
Whatever.
on when we call on you, but
No,
I don't, okay. Okay, so
this is about the south elevation.
yeah, right now I've got it as number 6.
Okay.
Well, I've got one on green space, but we're not doing anything in green space, I guess. But if the front setback goes, then that creates some more green space at a very important area, so we can cross that off. So you would be number 5.
Okay. So I'm proposing that it says, this is not the actual thing, but revise and articulate the south elevation at the third level to break up the mass for 23 intro and 23C-3.
Good. And then Andrew, you're gonna take the parking one, which would be number 8.
5 to 8.
Well, because I've got 7.
We're not doing them in order. It's not the motion yet.
Yeah, yeah,
The one for the parking and the automobile circulation.
yes.
So if.
28 AC 6 and 19A. Just say revised parking, I guess,
Yeah.
to comply, right?
Yes, with 19A and then 20C6.
Okay. And so I think we've got all the, oh, what's the guideline for? Well, we used it before. Setback guideline is, wow, there's a bunch of AC. 17B, 17A, B. It's the old number 9. So we could just read that.
What are you looking for?
The front yard setback is.
Hey, I've got notes, but I'm glad to let anybody make this motion.
Do we talk about snowplow access? Is that something we want to craft as a condition?
Well,
Or
is that covered
just-
under parking? Be more usable?
Well, I mean,
Or I don't know.
with-
What, you got a number on it?
I do, AC, just AC 21.
How about if we add that to hit? Well, no, it could be separate.
I had one that's similar, provide snow storage areas,
Okay.
snow
Let's
storage
let's separate
areas
it.
that are accessible and adequate per AC 21 intro and C.
That's better than what I.
Okay, Bob, you got that one.
The material palette, we discussed it. did I get voted down in that, or is that something we want to consider asking them? And I'm not sure if it belongs in this.
It's hard to say because we're
project.
looking at three different projects and
Can we save it for final?
Uh,
At this
I
stage?
think I think it would be important for
or
them to
visual?
craft the architecture if they knew what the materials were gonna be.
Okay. So what's your,
Maybe, so what I would say is consider revising the material palette and architectural detailing to allow each of the 5 structures to express variety in building character per AC introduction, paragraph 4.
all good with that? I mean, let's just see what they come up with. Matt, can you do that one?
Yes,
AC what?
it's AC introduction, paragraph 4.
Okay.
introduction of the whole
We
thing.
almost have one different person for every one.
What about adding details
Did
about that, to that, the details?
Can't remember them all.
I guess my intention was to get the point across about potentially changing it up a bit and see where they go. What about story poles? Do we want to add that as a condition?
Well, we're not gonna change the height much.
But it's changed significantly from what we in the public last saw.
I can support it, but get on the line. What do you want? Anybody want to see them?
Nope. Ambivalent about it.
Ambivalent? Or no? Yes?
I would like to, but don't have a strong feeling.
No.
No, I think they should save the money and put it into the design of a better.
The money in
house.
the design
Yeah.
of the project just saved $10,000. Okay. All right. And yeah. And to the applicant, you get, before you arrived, Jim, when we saw the story poles, we were shell shocked, but I think now you've made progress. So I think that's why we're not needing to see them. So that's good. All right.
Excuse me, do you need, it sounds like this is going for continuation.
yeah.
Do you need dates?
Yeah, I
Possible.
mean, can you, as the applicant, get what you've heard? It's not, well, some of it's done by April meeting or no?
The next meeting is April 20th and the meeting after that is May 15th, which means we would need plans involved for the April 20th.
The question is, we don't want to rush it. Can you make April 20th or would you rather have the May 15th?
I think we can make.
20th, so that means the submittal of April 5th.
No, I
So-
will. I'll get with Jim and Lindsay.
Okay. We're looking for your input, so that'd be great if you can, but
Yes.
okay. Is it unanimous?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought, so.
Me?
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. I'm not there.
All right. Jim's always Mr. Enthusiasm. So, okay. So you need to start a motion or somebody want to start and then we're gonna add all these friendly amendments.
I think you're probably best to start it.
Well, I have the easy part. I move to continue to April 20th, the application for a preliminary large-scale new construction for Canyonlands Northwest Building 3 Block 1 Canyonland subdivision. The town of Telluride based on the staff memo dated March 20th, 2024, with the following conditions. 1, 3, and 4 is written, strike number 2. Okay, now I gotta renumber. So number,
Just say next condition and we'll number. it.
okay, next condition, which would have been 5 if I hadn't deleted 2. Okay. Reduce the height of the north gable and or set back the 3rd floor of that gable per 23A1 and 23A2. The next condition is break up the 3-story wall plane on the north gable for 23A1, 23 introduction, and 24.3. Next, further setback from Colorado, the north facade of the building per 23A1, 24.3, and 23A2. Next. Articulate further slash, no, I think we mean step down. Further step down the west facade per 23 introduction, 23A1 and 24.3 and 23A2. Here's where we get friendly. Well, that's the motion. And we have at least 4 friendly amendments coming.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, do we have any friendly amendments? Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Revise the south elevation, revise and articulate south elevation at the third level to break up the mass per 23 intro and 23C-3.
You first.
Okay. You have to respond.
Do we have to respond to each one individually?
Well, do you accept this? Yes.
I accept this one, yes.
I accept this.
Have another one then.
Oh. Okay,
Well, it's the snow storage one.
yes.
Provide snow storage areas that are accessible and adequate per AC 21 intro and C.
Is that to replace what you said previously? Or is this a second?
This is the second one.
I can't
Oh,
hear
I'm
you
sorry.
very loudly. I'm
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
Sorry, okay. Another.
Thank
You got it though? You want me to do it
Would you
again?
mind repeating it?
Okay. Provide snow storage areas that are accessible and adequate per AC 21 intro and C.
I accept.
Mark accepts. Any more? Okay,
Mark, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment.
yes.
Consider revising the material palette and architectural detailing to allow each of the 5 structures to express variety in building character per AC introduction, paragraph 4.
Well, I'll accept that. I guess you did. Okay. All right, material. And we have, oh, your other one, stepping back the wall plane between the gables.
Yep, I have another friendly amendment, Mark. Provide a change of wall plane along grid line 6 at the intersection of grid line C per AC 24A3.
I'll accept that. Thanks for the specificity. And then we have parking. Friendly amendment. Who did that?
So I'll take a stab at it. Consider revising automobile circulation 19A and A1.
I have a question.
Yes,
Would you,
the introduction paragraph.
that's good.
Yes.
Would you get rid of the word consider?
Yes, revise,
You want to revise?
revise,
Why don't you revise your record?
revise automobile circulation policy 19A and A1.
I'll accept that.
Mark will accept that. That's it. Okay.
Mark,
You catching?
what the parking, the next one that was 20C6.
You mean you want to add that as?
Well, that's what hers was.
Oh, okay.
Well,
But I thought,
so did we change that?
What I just
condition?
said was completely separate.
Oh, you separated two conditions. Okay,
go ahead.
so then.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm gonna add a separate condition a friendly, what's it called? Friendly
Amendment.
amendment. Thank you. Revise parking to revise parking per AC 19C6.
I'll accept that.
Mark accepts that. Thank you. Okay, Kiernan,
Kiernan, yes.
Stacy, no.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Okay. Good luck. We'll see you on April 20th. Thank you.
Take a break.
Yeah. Just 3-minute bio break, whatever said.
Flag the
But is it? Yeah. Okay, so it has.
Okay. Piper, are you ready to record?
The meeting is the recording's going on now.
Okay, if everybody could take their seats, please. Okay, we'll move on to the next public hearing, which is Tower House condos continuation December 13th and January 17th and February 21st HARC meetings. Consideration of applications for the Tower House condos Northwest, a small scale application for new construction outside of the THAD will be contain 2,000 square feet or more of floor area, but not more than 5,000 square foot of floor area per land use code 7203B2B1. Tower House condos Northeast, a small scale application for new construction outside of the THLD will contain 2,000 square foot or more of floor area, but not more than 5,000 square foot for the same land use code. And an insubstantial scale application for demolition of a non-designated structure for land use code 7203B1 C2. It's lots 31 and 32, Bachman Village, West Telluride, West Unit Tower House condos, and lot 33, Bachman Village subdivision, West Telluride at 650 to 654 West Colorado. It's in the accommodation 2 zone district, block 23 housing core. Is the owner, applicant Norris Design, and staff member Jonna Wenzel.
Okay, thank you. We received public comment. Much of those that we received for Canyonlands were also directed towards Tower House. 2 were specific to Tower House. Have you seen those that I sent out earlier? Okay, thank you. So HARC reviewed these projects at the December 13th and January 17th HARC. They were continued without discussion at the February 21st meeting to this March meeting. Prior to that, a work session was held in October on both of the Tower House projects, the condos and the townhomes. This site is located on the south side of Colorado Avenue and the west side of Tomboy Street. It is outside of the historic district and in the accommodations 2 zone district and the accommodations treatment area. The existing Tower House is a condominium structure that was built around 1982. Again, here's the streetscape, same as I showed you earlier. And we're at the east end of this block on Colorado Avenue and Tomboy Street. The project proposes demolition of the non-historic Tower House condo building, new construction of 2 new condominium buildings called the East and the West buildings. These applications were both small scale during the previous review because each of the buildings was less than 5,000 square feet. The buildings have been redesigned and the massing changed significantly, but they are still 2 small scale projects because each of them still contains less than 5,000 square feet. The criteria for demolition shown here from Land Use Code Section 7-306A5 through A9 apply to the existing Tower House structure, and staff finds that all of these criteria are met. There's a separate motion in your memo. If you should get to that tonight, we'll need 2 motions. Back in January, HARC continued these applications with 9 conditions. Again, staff's responding to the revisions and the conditions that were provided at the previous meeting. So condition number 1 was to install the step lights close to the floor or deck. Those light fixtures have been removed. We still need an exterior lighting plan, which is one of the new conditions. Condition number 2 was to adjust the window proportion, sizes, and placements to be more traditional and ensure that all doors are no more than 2/3 light. And that has been addressed. The windows have been addressed. The 2/3 light will need to be provided through a cut sheet. Condition number 3 was final approval of these applications is contingent upon approval of the Canyonlands PUD and subdivision. Again, that has been approved, so that condition has been satisfied. Condition number 4 is to reduce the northeast massing from 3 stories to 2 stories in the corner. And the northeast massing of the east building has been reduced to 2 stories. Condition number 5 is to set back the third floor north elevation. The third floor of the east building has been set back quite significantly. The third floor of the west building has not been set back. Again, the massing has been changed quite significantly, so HARC may have a discussion about that condition. Condition number 6 was to increase the front setbacks to allow more mature trees and landscaping to reinforce the greenbelt corridor and landscape buffer. As you can see from the landscape plan, generous landscaping is provided in the front yard. Condition number 7 is to provide a change of wall plane between the foundation material and the siding material to mimic traditional masonry unit sizes and application methods. Once again, the foundation material has been revised to corrugated metal. Stone is not proposed on these buildings. Condition number 8 is to clearly label the exterior materials on the elevations and material sheet. Again, the materials are provided, and once again, asphalt shingles are proposed on these buildings, and I've added a condition to revise the asphalt shingles to a more durable material. Condition number 9 was due to the combined scale of these 4 concurrent applications. Provide 3D views, which applicant will provide during their presentation. The new conditions I've mentioned, and again, you may approve or you may decide to continue the applications. If you continue the applications, again, the possible dates are April 20th or May 15th. And again, if you decide to approve approve with conditions tonight, there are the 2 motions, one and one for the approval of the demolition. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions, Jonna? Okay. Let's hear from the applicants. Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay. Well, our thrust here was similar to the last one, and you'll notice some significant changes in the way the buildings land on the site. Yeah, so the east building is a single unit and then stacked, but a significant smaller mass with 2 units in it, and then the building to the west, the larger mass. And we've created a pathway access that goes through the site and down to the back of the site as well, through the town homes. I wanted to just look at this with regards to mat lease, and we enjoyed our discussion before about trying to make these different in nature of the cladding. And I just wanted to point out, the start of that is the windows here have some lights divided. We didn't do it on the other one. The back, the windows are completely different on the town.
That's good.
This also has trim around all the non-metal siding in the windows, so that's another difference. And then here we've incorporated rough reclaimed wood siding, and we're happy to move in further direction in that regard. I'm going to move to the site plan. Yeah. Say a few things about the site plan.
Good evening. So in red, you can see the previous building footprints from our last submittal and then overlaid on the new footprint. So you can see how the setback has greatly increased along Colorado. On the western building, previously it was under 4 feet setback from our proposed property line, and now we are at 9 feet 5 inches. And then on the east, previously we were right up against that property line there. And now we have a 10-foot setback there to the building facade. So with that, we're able to provide increased landscaping along the frontage. We've also, to add more landscaping, we've reduced the number of sidewalks that enter from the public sidewalk and instead provided an informal stone path.
Remind me again what, I was writing down numbers too fast. On the west end, Lindsay, how far is that step back from the property line?
9 feet 5 inches.
And that property line is just shy of the sidewalk, or is the sidewalk in it? I forget.
The proposed property line
Yeah.
is, I can just highlight it here. It's,
I'm trying to figure out how far back from the sidewalk it is.
oh,
So
how far back our building is from the sidewalk?
Uh-huh.
I did just measure that. So it's over 20 feet. It's about 24 and a half feet from
Okay.
the sidewalk.
Okay.
And that kind of carries throughout because the building, as you can
Yeah.
see, angled down. So it's about 20 feet across the front there.
Okay.
Am I measuring from the porch?
yeah, I can so.
Oh, I was measuring from the porch. It's actually more than that.
And that's from the sidewalk.
Yeah, from the actual building, not the sidewalk with the steps up, it's 31 feet. So,
Okay.
Um,
But sidewalk to steps is 20 feet.
yes,
Not quite.
27.
You can keep going.
Okay.
You answered my question.
Yeah, I mean, previously we had porches that encroached in that proposed right of way, and we're not proposing that anymore. And as Jim mentioned, we have a really great north-south connection through our site so that pedestrians can access the parking to the front sidewalk. We've expanded that courtyard space through the middle, and we now have bike parking located in there as well as trash enclosure and access to some of the units with stair corridors. Increase the landscaping in between the two buildings to create a landscape rock garden area. And we also have shown, there, it's kind of tough to see on the screen here, but the exterior lighting plan is shown with the letters yeah, Jim's pointing to it. And then the cut sheets are actually on that sheet as well. So we did provide the exterior lighting plan for this building, and there's the A's and the B's, and those signify the different types of lights.
And they're all step lights that are low to the ground. Thank you. Moving on, I will go right to the elevations here. We are doing both.
East and west, yes.
We got, I just didn't combine them, for separate apps. Sorry. Other question? Yeah, so we're gonna focus on the east and then we'll look at the west. This building is articulated and it steps back from the front. This is the view from the west looking east, and you have the access to the upper unit, access to the lower unit, plus support for the lower unit. And then this is a 2-story unit with just one single bedroom and a bathroom up on the top. Again, trying to really articulate the front off corner here as well with eave lines, setbacks here from the corner, and then setbacks further going up from the north to the south. This is the front elevation, fairly indicative of some of the early days of building in Telluride, skinny lots. And you can see the passageway between the buildings. And then again, incorporating in this a variation of a metal siding in which doesn't a vertical metal siding in contrast to the panel siding that was gray on the other building, but we can further mix it up. And then we have got a cedar composite and then a reclaimed wood siding as well. Let's see how that filters through the buildings. And the corrugated again is introduced, and maybe that's the common thread that is feeling a little too common between the projects. Again, this is the east building looking at the back. The rear elevation to the south of the courtyard area. The attributes here of the stepping on the side to Tomboy. Street views. And here's the whole project. Building. But faded. But here you can see the articulation of various materials and then the decks, again, some decks pushing in, some decks pushing out from the building wall. Again, the introduction of some panel, board, what do I want to say? Just some definition of the siding junctures with belly boards is what we call them. And again, here we did integrate into this a different railing system for the decks. The Canyonlands was horizontal. This is vertical in its expression. And we understand the situation with the roof. Removing and replacing the asphalt with metal siding. I mean, metal roofing. And again, side view from Tomboy showing the slice courtyard between bringing daylight into the backs of the buildings. Here you can see the step back, another step back, third floor, which is a single bedroom. And the front facade here with the introduction, breaking up the facade with pushing and pulling, and then the mixture of materials playing with volumes, setbacks. The yellowish material on the Canyonlands was vertical, and they're not meant to match. And we're happy to move in a further direction, as stated. So this more brighter material is a horizontal site. So I want to get that idea that Matt is talking about. Go. And then introduction of sheds as well to break up the roofs. And one thing we did do here quite aggressively is we worked with the upper story top plates and pulled them down so that more of the volume of the volume of space in there is actually smaller than the width of the gable, because we pushed it almost like an old style attic approach. Again, focusing on getting that mass tapped. I'm going to open my east. So all the similar column pages here, but focus on. Now, the west building. Distinction of that to the smaller. Front elevation. West building. This is the pass through east elevation, the walkway that cuts through between the building, and you can see the lower mass here of the two-story element, nothing up to a three-story element, yet creating a interest with the dormer to get that volume livable. And we did that also on the west elevation here, again, dormer, but it's pushed in from both the south and north facades. This is actually the courtyard view and access to the units from the courtyard from the south. So you can see this. Two units here, two-story volume, three-story volumes, the lower plate heights, but the dormers as well, creating that livable space inside. Same views here of the facade, east and west together. I'm going to jump to the white box model so we can see, similar to the Canyonlands, how this relates in relationship as scale surrounding. I think it was that view from the street from eye level. So let's do that here as well. Looking east. Corner of how we address that corner with a number of setbacks. Dormer again to break up that little roof line. See here how those dormers, sheds tie into the gables and porches.
Jim, could you go around the side of the single building again? Go. Yeah.
Stone boy?
Yeah, yeah,
Like this.
yeah, but can you do it at an angle? Come looking
Back
from
to the south.
from Colorado down. Yeah, and just move just a little bit further east as you go around. Now, other way,
Move west.
west. Okay. That's right. Okay, thank you. I just want to see how that roof on the front building sat.
Yeah, and what I'll do here is switch the model to the colored version. So here's the full 3D model in AIDS with its material palette shown. See the different roofs for the porches and the integration of the decks and the rails. And then this building has some unique outlookers and some interest with some timber elements at the corner, covering the walkway there. And then this little attribute gets the stair up, but creates some mass and interest. We've got the separation we need to get the daylight into these units. without code issue. Stair goes up. It's a connection to all the ones above.
Can you show the back of the single unit as well? In between that and the townhouses?
Hope I'm not making anybody dizzy. I can actually, there, you can see the entire back. All the units.
Oh, okay, great, great.
If these trees are bothering anyone. Yes. Turn those off too. Well, yeah,
Well, it just snowed last night.
I think.
Okay.
At least that hides what was coming up out of the ground. Yeah. I think this concludes our presentation.
Would you rotate that back just so I can see the west elevation as if you're driving down Colorado? Just spin it just a little more. I want to, or if I'm walking down the sidewalk, okay, right there. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments from the team? Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Let's hear from the public. Please.
I just dropped my pen. I'll go first if you don't.
Thank you, Commission. Sandy Gorley, local resident. Previous comments about trying to put too much on a site and all of the corresponding compromises that have to be made. Quick comments, looking at that view there actually, and looking on the right-hand side, which is adjacent to our property, you have a vertical 3-story face. Both buildings, actually. You've got the one on Canyonlands, and then you got this one creating a tunnel. And I think it's just going to look weird. I would, and not very friendly, honestly. I mean, if I was looking at this, I would take that 2-story on the west side of the large building, and I'd put it on the east side of the large building and put it on the west side of the large building. That might adjust some of that massing. You know, I don't know if that was addressing a prior comment that you had. Big picture, and I asked this in with regard to the market townhomes, which I saw as being continued. And is that correct that those are continued for this meeting?
No, they will deliberate on those tonight.
Oh, those are also tonight. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to commend that they should all be considered together. They shouldn't be piecemeal. Those was my comment. Finally, I mean, I noticed walkways with, nice views in there, but I want to point out that all the trash receptacle for this entire complex, tower house complex, is in that walkway between the buildings. That's the only place for trash containment in this project. And that seems undersized and frankly, awkwardly located. I understand the constraints the designers are dealing with. Finally, on the 3D, on the white building view, I saw a walkway coming up right adjacent to our house onto the street, which is a new thing. There was prior discussion about access on the east side of the Canyonlands East building. And my understanding is that's not on the table. It's not shown on any of your drawings, but I see it on your simulation. Yeah, if you want to put it back up, I'll show you where it is. Anyway, I saw it. My wife saw it, and I saw it on both times you went through there. So if that should be what's on your drawings if you're going to be showing that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Quick comment. My wife's reminding me, and this is applicable to the townhomes as well. you've got a walkway going up the west side there. Currently, there's a retaining wall that crosses there. We want to make sure that that retaining wall is maintained stable and that you're not but yes, there's one that goes across. It joins up to the tower house here. So it's supporting, it's a 3D structure. Want to make sure that you're not unsupporting the tower house. The mountain house.
Okay, thank you. Angela.
Thank you. Angela Dye, 651 West Pacific Avenue. In the neighborhood, but not adjacent. Wanted to repeat some of my comments from the Canyonlands deliberation. I'm here as a citizen and not as a member of P&Z, how some of you know me as that. I am a citizen with background in landscape architecture. I'm concerned about the visibility of this project for the town and also how we're implementing any climate action situations. For this particular project, I would like to find out where the bike racks might be and just reiterate in general that we need a lot more bike storage in projects like this. If you go to Shandoka, there's a whole warehouse full. So I would reiterate that that needs to somehow be addressed. I'm not sure exactly how. Second, with regard to drainage and snow storage on this project, the green area that Jim has indicated over here, I believe is a drainage swale. And it has a few boulders in it. I would encourage the team to think about doing more of those kinds of check dams. There is a fall in grade from the sidewalk there at Colorado down that area, and that will in fact help keep any swale drainage from overwhelming the Tomboy Drive area. And with regard to planting, I know that I understand that it's considered in final, but I want to give the designers a heads up to create the diversity and the resilience and lack of reliance that their plant palette shows, but to emphasize high altitude plant species that are going to be more resilient and long lasting, to add cottonwoods and the conifers into their plant mix, and to create, and this is true for the Canyonlands, mini retention areas rather than berming any of the green spaces, but to have them slightly depressed so that they actually hold some water and support the landscape in the long run. That can be done on any one of these areas with a 2 to 4 inch minimum of a 2-inch, but up to a 4 to 6 inch without interrupting any problem with the landscape itself. The other part with regard to this specific site plan, it's interesting, HARC has removed had wanted them to remove the direct connection to the sidewalk. I would not have agreed with that. On the other hand, they have provided Flagstaff pavers. I think that should be a more resilient surface. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else in the room? We have somebody online. We'll take them while you're thinking about it. 2 people now. Danny Kraft. Go ahead, unmute yourself. 3 people now.
Hey, this is Danny Kraft. I lived in that area for a long time. I was the president of Boomerang Village for about 15 years. And I would love to see actually an overlay of this exact photo that you're showing right now to the overlay of the photo existing today. We have a lot of conversation about mass and scale, but looking at it today versus looking at it in the actual photo that's on the screen today, I do think that there's not much of an overlap, in my opinion, especially considering the buildings that are existing around this building itself. considering Mendota and the other buildings behind it.
Okay. Thank you. Natasha Summer Burley. Please unmute.
She's unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi. Look, my name's Natasha Sommer, and I'm here to represent the Sommer family who live in Brisbane and Sydney in Australia. But we've owned the Mountain House East, which is directly adjacent to the townhomes and condos. As a family, we have owned the property, Mountain House East at 121 Unit B, South Tomboy, for over 30 years. And this home has a very special place in our family's history and heart. As my late father purchased it in the 90s with his brother, and they would travel from Australia every year for a couple of weeks of snow skiing and to hang out with the locals that they became good friends with over the years, including Ron and Joyce Elroyd, Dave Flatt. Now we're at the point where the next two generations of our family are starting to visit more regularly and plan on doing so for another 30 years. But due to this project's location, we will be one that's directly affected by the construction, particularly of the tower homes, but both the homes and condos. And in particular, we have many concerns about the development and the direct effects it'll have on our property. Those being the percentage of the site that is covered by buildings and parking just seems excessive. And as you'd say in Australia, there's no room to swing a cat there. Plus, our property is going to be completely overshadowed by a building on our face that has no step backs. It's just a 4-story wall. And that it's so close to us that we're going to lose the majority of our vistas and outlooks. Plus, it will greatly affect the natural ventilation and flow of air to our property and decrease sunlight and natural lighting to our house, and also decrease our ability to get solar access to our panels. So the closeness of the townhomes to our house also means we lose a lot of our privacy, which is something that is currently one of the endearing features of our house. And it feels that our outlook has not been considered with this proposed development. Also, on the artist impressions, you show trees on the boundary between our property and the development, but then the drawings show these same areas as the designated snow solution. I don't think they can be both. And I think that solution is unrealistic, and what will end up being is snow storage, which will then be pushed into our property because that's where there's room. There's only going to be free land. So that's a real concern for us. Also, we're worried about because the development covers so much of the block. People are going to want to get through from Tomboy to Thing. I know you've put a walkway between, but our concern is that between our two properties, that's going to be used as a thoroughfare, which is then going to affect our security and our property being trespassed on. Because
Natasha, we're out of time. Do you have one final statement and then we're going to close?
Yeah, I would really love it if you consider a substantial fence along that line between our properties so we can eliminate some of these issues with trespassing, people walking through, snow being put on our site.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Carrie Koenig is the last public person raising their hand. Go ahead and unmute.
Yep. This is Carrie Koenig. I live at the Telluride Lodge. And again, I have 2 kids, so I'm coming at this from a parent's perspective of getting kids to school safely. And I'm also aware of the inevitable additional density that's going to go on the Carhenge site as well as at Lift 7. So in light of what I see coming in the future, the pedestrian traffic on that South Tomboy street needs to be safe. And I'm worried about the parking on the back side of this. There's a section of South Tomboy that runs east-west. You kind of come down from Colorado Avenue and it jogs. And on that jog, the small section of street between the Tower House property and Boomerang Lodge is extremely dangerous I'm happy to see the sidewalk added to the east side of the Tower House property. However, I do think that there needs to be safe passageway on the southern edge of the Tower House project. And I don't see that with cars pulling in and out there. Pedestrians cannot walk on the south side of that leg due to large ice chunks coming off of the Tomboy Lodge. And my concern is that if it's less pedestrian friendly on that south side of this Tower House project, due to that becoming a bunch of parking spaces, people are going to unknowingly walk under a very dangerous situation at Boom Lodge. So I really think that the whole pedestrian flow in relation to what you're trying to do here and what it will inevitably happen at Carhenge and Lift 7 needs to have a solution that's integrated into this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, does the applicant want to, oh, go ahead, please. Please come up.
It's Patty McIntosh again at Telluride Lodge. And I agree with the pedestrian flow and the ice that's on Tomboy with that big structure, that's the skinny structure on the Tomboy side. It just looks unfriendly and it'll create more shade for more ice. I know that we need this housing and it's important to have as much as we can, but I would say eliminate that skinny house. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any rebuttal from the applicant? Comments? No. Okay. We'll go ahead and deliberate. Certainly this is further along than the last one. So we'll take comments.
I have some questions for the applicants too. You can go over that.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So I asked this the last time the project came around. I'm curious why the ground level is so high. We almost all, there's 1, 2, 3 entrances where you step up to get into the ground level. And where I'm going with this is, I'm not sure why you need to do that. You could drop the entire building or both of these buildings by 1 foot to 3 feet if you had more of an on-grade entrance and use sort of the front yard as a swale, I think as Angela had mentioned. I think that would drastically help out with mass and scale. And I can't see a reason why you couldn't do that. And I'm curious if you run into issues with making that work.
So that, again, has to do with the floodplain. The livable space has to be 2 feet above the base flood elevation.
Mhm.
So that's why it's up higher.
Do you have that base elevation?
So it just has to be we have to be 2 feet above.
The living area that's heated has to be 2 feet above.
Uh-huh. And are you 2 feet or 3 feet or 4
What
feet?
is that? What is that number?
Sorry.
Yeah, so it's 2 feet below the finished floor elevation.
Looks higher on the west building. Now, I know it drops off there apparently as well.
Well, it's more than 2 feet because look at the steps.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
That's more than 2 feet above the flood.
Well, if those are 6-inch risers, it's 2 feet.
I thought there were 4. What?
Yeah, 6 + 6 is 12, + 6 is 18, + 6 is 20.
So it's 2 feet above basically the highest adjacent grade. So the site slopes across. That makes more sense.
Looks like your
Because it's not a flat
right.
site.
Your high point on your site looks to be 8745-ish.
8746 on the northeast corner.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I guess just to add on to that too, we are maintaining our overall height below the requirements of the zone district. So we're still below the required height with that floodplain, consideration.
All right, now we will.
Can you, I have a question too.
Oh.
Can you guys clarify again how many condominiums you are suggesting? And how does the parking work? Can
Yeah.
you walk me through
You
that?
wanna pull up the site plan? Yes. So we have the parking along South Tomboy. And we're adding 3 spaces along Colorado as well. So every home will have 1 space. There's 8 units and 8 spaces. And then additionally, which brings up a point about the trash, the townhomes at the south will have tandem spaces, and so they'll have 1 surface space and 1 garage space, where they'll store their trash. Does that answer your question? So we have the surface spaces on the back, and then we've created the north-south sidewalk that will connect those spaces on the south within our property, which was the condition that we have met, to the condos at the north. So people will park in the back and then they can walk through the site. Additionally, we do have that sidewalk we're adding on Tomboy that's 5 feet in width. However, we're keeping our circulation on site too.
But you're not providing all the required parking on site. You're using 3 on the street.
Correct. We're adding those as new parking spaces.
I'm sorry, how are you allowed to do that?
Well, that will go to town council, and they can be signed for use by this property because we're proposing the site. We're proposing to add those as part of our subdivision improvements agreement. So that's kind of part of the planning side. Yeah, and land use.
We can discuss that though during deliberations if that's something you want to talk about.
Okay.
Town council has previously indicated their support to add the on-street parking if we need it for our site. We're also providing additional parking on the street in front of Canyonlands, and as we noted, we're over parked. So.
Okay.
And is there bike storage anywhere on the site
Yeah,
that's proposed?
it's highlighted in yellow and it's in that courtyard space. And there's, additionally, we see that bike storage could be accommodated underneath those stairs as well. So if, we have a comment that maybe we need to increase our bike storage.
Okay.
So we can look at doing that. Right now we have 8 bike parking spaces, but we can look at increasing that.
Okay, thank you.
Could you show the parking area again? I know there was comments brought up about the fact that the second parking space for the townhouses doesn't align with the garage. And that be very difficult, some cases, to get your car out if somebody's parked behind you or in the space next to it.
Mhm.
Something that may need to be addressed. I think, look, we could talk about that on the townhouses when we get to it. It's just an issue that I saw that when I first looked at that and go, God, how are you gonna get in there?
Yeah, we should be able to resolve that fairly easily.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Just a reminder, this is, a final small scale, so we're not gonna see this again. So speak now or hold your peace. I'm gonna just throw out 3 things to kind of expedite this just a bit. Things that struck me with respect to the guidelines, the west elevation on page A30. As we said before, and to be consistent on the other building, it's only stepping down to a sidewalk, but the point is it doesn't step down, and that's a question I'd like you to consider. I have the guidelines marked here that ask for that. And of course, the same comment is the last project as the public brought up on that north facade, you've got a 3-foot run that's only 34 feet here, not 37 like the other, and without a break in the wall plane on that 3rd floor, if you think it should be stepped back to comply. And then we can talk about setbacks and with regard to open space and everything else, although these are set back further than the others, for sure. So those are just 3 things, plus the, council will have their final say, but parking, you're certainly welcome to chime in about that. And anything else? Oh, snow storage was, somebody else made a comment about snow storage. So
Hey, Mark, can I ask a quick question of staff? Can staff clarify what our purview on parking is, please?
There are guidelines regarding parking design, but the parking accommodation is under the PUD. So the number of spaces are being varied by the PUD. So that is not HARC's purview, just the parking design.
I'd recommend if you have concern, we go to the council meeting, and press all these weeks and months of different meetings of one spot per unit, you know, and now we're gonna take the street, but that's not us. Okay. So I laid out a couple things.
Can I want to ask about your comment, on the west, the north and the west corner of that building. We have a 3-story plane on the north and we have a 3-story plane on the west.
Yep.
There's no articulation. Were you talking both sides?
Yes, west and north.
Yeah, okay.
I have a
I
question.
agree with that.
Is that consistent for us to require a similar setback like we do on front yards and rear yards on side yards, which don't front a street? Is
Well,
that is that consistent?
I actually found this one, 23B3, 1 and 2 story, elements at property edges.
and also AC 16 talks about stepping down the streets or alleys. Or in this case, it's a sidewalk on the west. But it's still pedestrian scale, so that's why I wrote it down. It's just a 3-story wall.
Sorry, Bob, which one was that?
23B,
23B,
B3.
property edges.
Hope I got it right.
You did.
You did.
Yeah, I have it circled in red.
I mean, it works really nicely, I think, on the east side of that, the big building. But, sorry, but I think that it needs some more articulation on the west side.
Not to quibble.
No.
But it's what I do.
Yeah.
It's in a section that says buildings that are within the historic district should be similar. The mass scale, that's where B starts. And then 3 is under that, provide 1 and 2 story. And it's about creating a general transition to the historic district. And then 1, 2, and 3 are
That
under
are
that.
near the historic, yeah. Near the historic
Okay.
district.
Near,
We are transitioning to the historic district.
so I think it's still.
Maybe I'm supporting you, see?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else, Bob?
Not at the moment. I don't think. Add that, the one with we had from the last project or the Canyonlands about the snow storage and ice storage accessibility. Oh, and I did have another one. For 35A-1, if a metal roof is used, provide snow and ice, prevent snow and ice shedding onto adjacent properties. It's where they mentioned doing metal. If you're doing metal, I think we need to address that.
I've got some comments. So first of all, I think this is a vast improvement over what we saw last time. I'm happy to see this. I feel the front setback is now compliant. I feel comfortable with it in the vegetation. My primary concern, as you mentioned, Mark and Bob, is the western facade, the lack of articulation, the 3-story plane, and the lack of stepping down that 3rd level on the northwest corner. The only other thing I'd like the board to talk about is, and I'm not sure if we're talking about the east and the west building all at once or just the west.
I think we are.
Okay.
Well,
So
we're
that,
on west right now, right here, and then east is,
The item is both.
it's similar, go ahead, make
Sure.
your comment, because
I'm just wondering, I mean, it's a very tall, skinny form. It sort of reads to me as more 3.5 stories. I sort of like the funkiness of it and the uniqueness of it.
It's a tower homage.
Sort of it,
Mine
yeah.
shaft look.
But I just like the board to comment if they think it's appropriate or if they feel that that apartment element on the southern side makes the massing too tall.
I had, when I first looked at this, similar issue, but when I saw it in 3D where that gable roof element is pushed quite a ways back, I don't think you're gonna see it and read it like that, like this elevation.
Well,
I think it breaks down
I
better.
think it's going to depend on what we decide on the next project about that mass and scale.
Mhm.
This is going to be appropriate or not, but.
Mhm.
Those were my major comments. I might have some minor things I'll scrape together if we're thinking of approving. But,
Just a question, did we say in the last meeting to remove the walkways from the sidewalk to the front doors?
I don't remember saying that.
I don't remember. saying
Wasn't
that
a
either.
condition, but it's not too late if you got a comment about it.
No, I mean, I like the accessibility of it.
shoveling, it's gonna be
I
difficult.
just, I wonder about
Well, that-
access during the winter.
I mean,
It's gonna be tough.
I appreciate the not having as much concrete there, but.
The,
I'm not tore up about
the
it.
people that live there will walk right across the
That's what I'm
front.
saying. They're gonna just wear down whatever vegetation's on the ground.
Who else? Well, if there's no new issues, I just want to take a straw poll on three that are on the table and see where we are, and then we'll make a motion. And we'll see if we need to see it again. We'll talk about it before we make the motion. But so stepping down the west elevation and stepping down, I'll do two at once. Or stepping back the third floor, the west building, facing Colorado. Everybody agree the guidelines support that?
I do on the northwest corner, not necessarily the whole facade there, but.
You mean this
Yeah,
facade?
Yellow,
Well, you mean stepping it back?
Yeah.
Okay,
What about stepping it in, for lack of a better term?
that's, I think, what,
Step it back from
yeah.
north to south and step it in from west to east.
my preference would be to take that third story gable elevation and step it back from Colorado. And then to articulate the western facade more, so.
I'm with that.
You know, they've
That's-
got several versions of sort of cantilevers and bump outs and they've shown that they can do it on the other projects, so.
So you're agreeing, step that back?
Yes.
What I was trying to say, okay. I think we have consent. I saw head bobbing anyway. Okay, and then, so that's
It's consistent. We talk oftentimes about not having 3-story planes.
right. So that's the west, that's the west, that's the north, and then,
I will say though, I don't feel as strongly about the west elevation. It's a side yard. We have projects all over town.
but there is a guideline on that.
No, I know, and without dragging us into the mud, the entire tenor of B is that on lots that abut the historic district, that's not what we're talking about here. I think we're expanding B further than it was intended. That's only my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's correct, but I think we could also cite AC 23I,
Yeah.
all of that, and AC 24A3 back up, essentially breaking up that large wall plan.
Yeah,
So I'm comfortable with it, because so I vote yes, right? 2, step down the mass of larger buildings to the street. That's not what we're talking about here.
sidewalk.
Portions of height, width, depth are very important to be compatible. Sure, that's everything we're doing in mass and scale, you know, whatever section that is. Should be in scale with the overall mass of the building. Significant architectural changes throughout the entire building,
I think that's probably.
okay, including the west elevation.
Thanks. And then anybody concerned about the setbacks from Colorado?
Not on this one. no.
Good job. Well, this is, I know you could, so are we, well, we're, normally with mass and scale, we want to see it again. And we're asking them to step back the north elevation here and on that third floor and step and have some articulation. Matt, I don't know, is that contemplated as one condition? You're gonna separate west from north? Or
For the
facades?
the facades, what I have crafted here says articulate the western elevation of the western building and step down the northwest corner per AC 23I and AC 24 A3.
Does that mean northwest corner? That means this, step it back. Okay. Did you
yeah.
say step back?
I said step down. You want to say step back?
I think step back might be a better choice there, but I mean, and we're okay with setbacks. Is there anything else?
I have that issue about the snow shedding.
Oh,
And I wanted to bring up materials again.
okay. No shedding.
Same language, just consider.
Materials. Okay. Okay, so
Are we gonna strike one since an exterior light plan really has been provided? There are cut sheets and locations. If you look,
Not for upper levels,
hmm,
not for the upper levels.
not for the upper levels, only the ground levels. So we assume there's no lighting at the upper levels.
we better leave it in there.
Better leave it in.
Okay, so we have 1 and 2, and now we have 3, and we have snow 4, we have materials is 5 or some order. Is that it?
Mark, just to clarify that the motion does address both the east and the west building. So if there are concerns on the east building, those need to be
Well, I
talked
wrote,
about now.
I wrote ditto in my notes, but maybe that's not good enough. But to your point, let's,
Well, some of these will
I mean,
apply to both.
they look. Is there anything?
The only thing I've already brought up, the sort of power-ish element on the eastern building, but I don't feel strongly about it. Maybe others would.
Is the
chime
what,
in.
is the what on East?
The, that tallest element on the eastern building.
The mine shaft?
I think when you look from here, it's not as,
Yeah, this is, this.
it's in your face when it's straight on, but it's, you won't ever see it that way. That's,
The only issue I had with the east elevation, there's a material transition at the first level. It goes from horizontal, we'll call it yellow. And more vertical, which I guess is corrugated. That transition happens in plane. I don't like that. I mean, I see what it's trying to do here, and in elevation, it's breaking it up, but that's not gonna break up the plane in 3D. And it's an awkward way to transition materials in a plane like that.
I agree with you. You want them to change the wall plane. We did it before.
I'd support that.
okay, so.
I mean, I do like, look, this roof, both of these roofs serve to break up that 3-story
Yeah.
plane.
Well, that, the upper steps back, actually, that actually moves back.
Okay.
You guys should refer the drawing on the screen, so.
Well, yeah, to be clear for the listening public, I'm looking at A301. And we also have it up in 3 dimensions on the screen. I mean, to me, it's the material change is too contrived. I like this better. And again, for the listening public that maybe aren't looking at their screen, it just made the material consistent across the level 1 of the east elevation. But again, I don't know why at this particular meeting I'm focused on such minor items, but
Final.
And there is that,
Well, bringing this up again, depending on what we decide
Or-
with the next
yeah.
application, is that going to affect how we feel about this tower element? Do we want to see it again for that piece of the project?
Well, if we're not gonna see it again, we ought to specify, as we had in early conversations, the setback. How many feet on that north elevation,
on the big building.
stepping it back on the northwest corner there.
I think I'll probably like to reiterate what I said in the last project. This was always the closest
Yeah.
of the 4 or 5, how you want to count it. They've improved it dramatically since the last time. Staff is only giving us 2 conditions, and we can expand that to 4 or 5. That, to me, that's approvable.
without seeing them out, that they step back on that north side? I mean,
We'll rely on
I don't
you.
want an 18-inch. I don't think any, I mean,
Well,
if we're not gonna see it,
I would like to see this again. I think
Okay.
the changes.
Oh, he's
are
doing it
pretty
now.
Simple, he's doing them now.
Another 2
I
feet
think it
and
would
we
be
can
a
double
fairly quick review, because we're not asking for a lot, and it would give us a chance
okay.
to readdress the tower if that does come up as the tallest element in this area.
Okay. So if we see it again, it's quick, but how else we gonna know? How many, we're not gonna have dialogue, but if I was speaking out loud, how many feet is that setback?
without being prescriptive.
Well, no, he's telling me, I'm not prescribing. I'm not gonna be prescriptive. Well, do we wanna see it again? Just, it'll be quick. And then what have we done with this tower? If there, I mean, Stacy, I'm aligned with you, except I think we should see it one last time and make quick work of it. You know, I think we're ready.
We have a minor,
It's almost done.
This is a new,
I trust,
this is a different design.
it is true.
All right,
That's fair.
okay, let's see it again. It'll go quick. Can't be more than 30 minutes.
Oh,
Careful,
We'll
careful.
hold you
Here we
to
go.
that.
Yeah, okay, so, well, Matt, you wanna make the motion?
put that in the condition.
Who wants?
Actually, I'll do it from, I do not want to make the motion.
Aaron, you wanna make the
No,
motion?
Lord, no.
Okay.
Do you want to do
Somebody else make the motion.
yours as a friendly amendment then?
Yeah. Well, unless I do it, then I'll include it, but I don't wanna make all the motions.
Well, we can
tonight.
do it either. I can do it.
You go.
Okay. I move to. Actually, I got the right page.
Do it.
Continue the same month.
I move
April
to continue
20th.
April 20th.
20.
Yep.
The application for final small scale new construction for the Tower House East and West condos and the insubstantial scale demolition of the non-designated principal structure located at 650 to 654 West Colorado, based on the staff memo dated March 20th, 2024, with the following conditions. 1 and 2 as written. I can do my metal roof one. 3, if a metal roof is used, prevent snow and ice shedding onto adjacent properties per 35A-1.
I'll second it.
Okay, friendly amendments?
Do you want to go first?
Well, I don't really have any.
Okay, I'll go. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment. Articulate the western elevation of the western building and step back the third floor of the northwest corner per AC 23I and AC 24A3.
I agree with that.
Hold it. So do I. I agree with that as well.
Like to offer one more friendly amendment. Consider revising the material palette and architectural detailing to allow each of the 5 structures to express variety in building character per AC introduction, paragraph 4.
I agree with that.
I'll accept that as well.
Snow storage.
Another, I guess I'm giving a friendly amendment to myself. That provides no storage areas that are accessible and adequate per AC 21 intro and C.
You accept that?
I accept that.
I accept that as well.
Okay.
Kieran, yes.
Well, wait, he's got to read.
Oh, and evidence.
Gotta read the rest of this.
Yeah.
This motion is based on evidence and testimony provided at a public hearing held on March 20th, 2024. The notice of such hearing provided is required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
You don't need to read the rest.
I don't need to do the rest of it.
You don't need the rest of that.
What about the demolition?
No.
We're gonna
Nope.
come back to the.
That's great.
Oh.
Okay.
It's already continued in the motion.
Yeah, it was continued in the first motion.
Okay. Right.
Uh,
There you have it.
Kieran, still yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Okay, unanimous. And then. Our
No,
final
it's preliminary.
hearing item.
I know, but it,
Tower House Townhomes, continuation from January 17th and February 21st meeting. Consideration of applications for Tower House Townhomes Southwest. Small scale application for new construction outside of the THLD to contain 2,000 square foot or more floor, but not more than 5,000 per land use code 7203B2B1. Tower House Townhome Southeast. A small scale application for new construction outside of the THLD will contain 2,000 square foot or more floor, but not more than 5,000 square foot. Code 7203B2B1. Legal description is lots 31 and 32 Bachman Village, West Telluride, West Unit Tower House condos, and lot 33 Bachman Village, West Telluride, located at 650 to 654 West Colorado. It's in the accommodations 2 zone district. It's block 23 Housing Corp, the owner and applicant Norris Design, and staff member John Wenzel.
okay, thank you. I will just reiterate, we received public comment, same as before, that was distributed prior to the meeting. We did a site walk with story poles at the site in January and held the first formal review at the January HARC meeting. It was then continued to February 21st and then continued without discussion to this meeting in March. A work session was held in October on this project. This is the same site we just discussed at the southwest corner of Colorado Avenue and South Tomboy Street. At the last meeting, Tomboy streetscape was requested that has been provided on sheet A100, titled Site Elevations. These structures are proposed on the south half of the lot facing south and Tomboy Street and will comprise 3 townhome units with enclosed parking. The demolition of the existing tower house is concurrent with the other applications we just discussed, the east and west condo buildings. So I will mention this project started as a large scale review, as one 7,000 plus square foot building. It has since evolved into 2 small scale buildings, which is one 2,228 square foot building on the east, and the other is a 4,456 square foot building. And new public noticing was sent out for this meeting due to that change in scale. So, and I'll explain more about that in just a second, but in January, HARC continued this application with 13 conditions. The first one was to provide more variety in setback, height, color, texture of materials, and building size and form to enhance the pedestrian experience and to reduce the appearance of mass and scale. This condition has been retained. The height has been lowered about 2 feet since the last review, but it's still taller than the proposed condos to the north and the duplex to the west. The setback from Tomboy Street on the east has increased by 1 foot, so now it's about 4 feet for the east setback, but still provides little stepping down or emphasis on human scale. Stacked decks on the south facade provide some relief, but there's also little stepping down to the south or east where pedestrians will interact with the building. Condition number 2 was to provide internal paths to better connect the parking spaces on the south with the north units. This was discussed just previously with the other north side condos, and the internal path has been provided between the east building and the 2 western units. Condition number 3 was to step down the building along the east and south. This condition has also been retained. Guidelines for pedestrian scale and mass and scale speak to the need to step down larger buildings to the street and property edges to maintain or to provide relief and to relate to the pedestrian scale of the town. Again, address in the conditions, and there's been some relief provided on the east elevation with the shed roof and the change in materials, but again, it's right along the sidewalk where pedestrians will interact with the building. Condition number 4 is to clearly identify the primary building entrances. The 3 entrances facing south have been identified by small entry roofs over each entrance, gables on 2 and a shed on the center unit. Condition number 5 was to indicate location of bicycle parking. Condition number 6 was to indicate the location of trash and recycling storage, and I heard from Lindsay in the last application that would be provided in the garages. So that should be noted on the on the plans, on the revised plans. Condition number 7 is to provide a sample stone veneer. Stone is proposed on these structures. We saw a sample at the last meeting, but I believe that the type of stone has been revised. Condition number 8 is to ensure all exterior doors, including patio doors, are no more than 2 feet light by a cut sheet. And condition number 9 was final of approval of this application is contingent upon the approval of the Canyonlands and Tower House preliminary PUD and subdivision, which has been approved. Condition number 10 was to clearly label the exterior materials on the elevations and material sheets, which has been provided. I've also added the condition about the revising the asphalt shingles on these buildings as well. Condition number 11 is in lieu of a physical scale model, provide 3D views, which will be provided as well. Condition number 12 was to minimize the surface area of paving and consider using materials that blend with the natural colors and textures of the region. Consider modular pavers, gravel, grasscrete, and textured or colored concrete. The material has not been labeled. The amount of paving has been reduced by these planted areas on each corner on the south side. But labeling the paving materials is a new condition. Condition number 13 is the applicant should add a streetscape showing the south facade and how it relates to text, which has been provided on sheet 100. So here are the new conditions. We can strike number 4, again, if the trash is stored in the garages. Everything else, I believe, still applies, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I will mention that staff is recommending that the applications be continued. Again, same dates as the previous.
Okay, questions for Jonna?
We could keep 4 because putting it in a garage makes it bear proof
You could keep 4.
and then we don't need to
Sure.
mess with it.
There's a snow storage on site.
The snow storage is, well, they'll show you on their presentation, but it is in those landscaped areas.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's hear from the applicant.
This building, these buildings took the same approach where we have pulled them apart to create that access through the site, and you can see that here on the little view looking north in the middle of the page, and you can see it at the site section below. And again, the materials here, there's some variation from the other 2 buildings that may be a little more distinctive than the prior. This is the view looking northeast, and we've got the walk coming down, and we've created the walk in front of the garage doors as well. Moving to the site plan, snow storage. is in these planted areas, as we mentioned before, align the garage with the parking spaces that don't align here at the east. And then the lighting is fairly minimal, again, at the entries. We have step lights very low to the ground, 1 foot, 18 inches. This is
One other thing on the site plan I wanted to mention was that the bike parking, is same as the trash, is intended to be within those homes' garages. So you can hang your bike inside the garage.
The depth of the 1-car garage is.
And we can add that note to the plans as well for the next submittal.
You can see that the garage space is ample enough.
Mhm.
For those moving on to the snow storage, you can see here noted on the sides.
And additionally, we're planning to use the similar sort of approach as the Canyon Lands and have machine truck or push the snow to the back. And just to one clarifying point as well, we don't have a walkway along that western side. That's going to be a softscape landscape area.
Yes, that was mistaken on the last conversation up here. That's landscape.
Mhm.
Moving on to the elevations, again, the east, the west, so we'll get to the overview of everything, but basically the plating is similar variations. We do have a vertical metal, we have horizontal wood-like composite siding, and then here we've introduced the reclaimed siding, and we can reclaim, have variations in the reclaim, and we're happy to show you that. The timber elements add some interest at the streetscape, and then we have the balconies popping out on the 3rd and 2nd story here, creating also some interest in the facade of that south. Moving on to the back facade, very minimal. We've got more windows on the condo buildings and less on this because this does have the style. The view, these windows are into the stairs, so pretty minimal in a single window at the upper level. Similar, took a lower approach to window openings on the backside because areas focused on the south. You can see the articulation of the stair here. And then definition, trying to break up the mass with the elements, cladding and belly boards, trim pieces, etc. This building has, aside from the other buildings, has all trim around all the windows in every material base, and then the windows themselves are also a variation with divided lights throughout. On the tower house condos, it's just lights on. Moving back into the 3D views, you can see the backside. You saw it last time. Trying to break up this east facade, stepping both at the first level and then at the 3rd here. See that articulate, creating variations. Lower plate height in the 3rd story, creating gable elements, not gable, but shed dormer elements. So this is the south facade and stepping on the southeast corner. And stepping southwest corner. Looking more closely at the articulation of the ground plane, the pedestrian attributes to the overhangs and the entryways. This is looking through the building, through the two east and the west. And then facade facing north to the courtyard with the condos. The stone base, it's articulated throughout. And the center building has a variation of cladding, more of the reclaimed and a different coloration on the horizontal siding. West facade, similar to the east facade, stepping. Again, here's articulation at the stair, smaller windows as well here. Add that yes, questions.
Okay, questions?
Don't have any.
You spin around to the south, just a little more square on. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I will add, I think we put some kickers, some elements at those roof overhangs to the sides here. Similar to the roofs over the
Do you guys have snow fencing and gutters on over the sidewalks and the pedestrian path between the two buildings?
Well, yes, we would be using snow fencing, gutters for drainage.
And why are the eaves on the east and the west side kind of like
Well,
flying?
there's some elements missing from this that there should be little timber elements.
The corner steps back,
The corner steps back,
but the roof plane stays the same.
and that roof overhang is probably needing an articulation of a diagonal brace similar to this down here.
Mhm.
Okay,
Thank you.
guess no questions. So we'll hear from the public. Come on up.
Thank you. Angela Dye, 651 West Pacific. Thanks again for letting me comment. These three town houses are very problematic from a site standpoint. The two snow storage areas are totally inadequate, and if they show any landscaping, they'll know it won't survive. The sidewalk situation coming along Tomboy Drive south forces everybody to go to the south side of Tomboy Drive or Lane, which has been pointed out as being extremely icy. Everybody would want to be on the north side of that because that's a south-facing slope and will melt faster. My suggestion is that they move those parking spaces further north. I don't know how that is accomplished, but make a sidewalk space. The garage areas for parking is a weird configuration with shared with the other property, but at the very least, they could articulate the concrete as a pattern or leave spaces between them so that it appeared more like a patio area than it did an actual concrete space. And I would still urge that we do the small swales wherever we can put them between 2 and 4 inches deep. Same comments with regard to the plant palette and protecting of trees. Even if they're on other people's property, it's the town's responsibility since, or a property owner's responsibility not to cause harm to somebody else's. And that includes trees, as far as I'm concerned. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Gorley, 121A South Tomboy. Thank you for your time tonight. It's been a long evening. Appreciate you guys' work too here. My primary comment is going to come back to programming. This site has too much stuff being crammed onto it. That's the town's requirement of the developer. And this is the last stand where you guys can make something happen to change this, because otherwise we're just putting lipstick on the pig. And this, honestly, I've been nice so far. This is a pig. In terms of this corner. This is a 4-story monstrosity. And it's so out of place. The parking looks like a Motel 6, in all honesty, where you come out your door and you trip over your car. I don't know what you do with it. I mean, Angela suggested moving the buildings north. I mean, anything to put some space there, but at the end of the day, this is really a shame for Telluride, I think. Specifically, southeast corner snow storage on a hydrant. I don't think that works. I don't think the town building department will approve that. So they keep coming up with snow storage areas that don't work. So when do we get to a point where we get solutions that actually work? You can't have snow storage in planted areas, as Angela pointed out, or else they won't be planted areas. Snow shed, we'd like to see a condition for snow fences and gutters on all sides, not just the public pathway sides. Our neighbors, the west of this building is going to have 4 stories higher snow cascading down onto the side of their house without some protection there. I just can't see that this would make it to you in this shape if it wasn't being justified by the town by the quote, it's paying for the affordable housing, so we have to say yes to it. And I really ask for your consideration of some major changes here. I don't see how you adjust this without getting rid of one of these townhouses or making them, 3 stories or something. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you very much for considering.
Thank you. Other comments? We have Carrie Koenig again. Carrie, please unmute.
Yep, this is Carrie Koenig. I live at the Telluride Lodge. I am extremely concerned that the sidewalk there along the east side of this project does not come all the way down to the southeast corner and then continue across the southern edge of this property. It is imperative that the kids have a safe way to navigate this dangerous, icy corner without getting nailed in the head by an iceberg coming off of Boom Lodge. I don't even allow my kids to walk here in the winter. I can't emphasize enough, and it's really hard. I understand that you are focused on architectural detail, but safety has to trump all of that at some point, and I am extremely concerned about pedestrians in this area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is Natasha Summer Burley.
Hi. So again, I'm the property beside it. I agree with everything Sandy got up and said. I'm concerned about the snow coming off, hitting my property at the moment. The way that roof's tilted, it's going to hit my property. There needs to be some safety around that. I also have great concerns about the retaining wall, or what the retaining system is going to be between our properties during the demolition and construction. and how it's going to affect the integrity of our property while that's all happening. And afterwards, I haven't been able to find any detailed drawings of what the proposition is for there. Secondly, why suddenly 4 stories? It's a whole, not 3 like everything else. It's a whole story above us. We're going to lose so much light and everything from it being so high above us, and that's where the main living areas are in my property. And also, again, the parking issue and no sort of pathway around there for people to walk. They're exactly right. People cross the road. It's already a tight corner as it is. It's going to cause a lot of problems. And finally, the 3D illustrations don't actually show any existing buildings in the background. I mean, it would look lovely if that was just a mountain behind there that's on the screen now, but it's not. It's going to have other buildings behind it. And I feel like it should actually look what it's actually going to look like, not prettied up. So, but I really would appreciate if you would consider relooking at this. I just think it's horrible. It's horrible, and it's going to really affect our properties and the whole general area and how people get through this place. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Okay, any rebuttal? Good. Okay. So deliberations, just at the stage. I don't know how we can allow a 4-story building here. I think we've talked about everybody uses 50 pounds in a 10-pound box, but this one's probably the most out of kilter yet.
Yeah, my thoughts were maybe, and I don't mean this to be perhaps as dismissive maybe as it'll come across. Like I said, you did a really good job up to this point. It's like you ran out of time. The applicant just ran out of time. The materials have changed. They separated, into 2 units, so there's a pedestrian paths through. But other than that, the massing is still really problematic. The corners they've been pulled back at that top level, but they're still 3-story corners. They're so uniform. I mean, they're basically just copies of each other. And one was flipped. A little bit of different window trim and maybe some different materials, but they're the same building recreated 3 times. In a lot of ways, this is a really tough problem because you've moved parking for another application into this area. There's no opportunity to really effectively step down because the parking for the other project has already pushed you back. I mean, the others took huge steps forward and this one really hasn't.
Okay, well, I'm sure we're going to see it again, but
And for me, it's really summed up in number 1. Variety and setback, height, color, texture, building size, form, enhance the pedestrian experience, reduce the appearance, mass, and scale. That's the condition from last time. And it's still there, and it's the same, and it's applicable. That's the problem.
It's different, but it's still the same.
Well, it's really not.
I mean, it looks different, but it's
The materials are.
Yeah.
There's been some
little bits here and there.
little bits here and there, but the problems are big.
I agree with both Mark and Stacy. I think that a full story needs to come out of these buildings if they're gonna keep their same sort of general form and site planning strategy.
no
They
place to
change
step
it.
down.
Huh?
No place to step down. Like Stacy said, you can't.
Well, yeah, I mean, by the time you step in and step in and step in, there's nothing left on the top level. There's nothing left. And mind you, these are the 3 projects that are supposed to help pay for the rest of it. And the entrances I mean, they put a roof over them, but is that a grand entrance to we're trying to get someone to spend $6 million on?
Well, then you're coming in through a parking lot and just got one little piece of sidewalk in front of you.
Yeah, I mean,
know this was a condition that before, but I still think they need to clearly define the primary entrance even more and make something there that says you're coming into the house and not just going into the back door of the garage.
Yeah.
That's the way it feels.
I feel, really distraught almost because the parameters are so off. that there's almost no way currently I don't see how to get there.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. And I try to be much more supportive of the first items we've heard because there were such good, big steps taken. And that's why I hope maybe this was just, there wasn't enough time.
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, sidewalks, definitely. And if you look on 6, pedestrian scale, B, provide amenities that will encourage pedestrian activity through the area, sidewalks and bike lanes that are protected from traffic are encouraged. I think I know that intersection very well, and it is dangerous. And how it, like, when it melts and freezes and right in that turn, and they're right, when you go to the south side, you get all the stuff shedding from the Boom Lodge building, and it's gonna wreak havoc on pedestrians over there, especially now that we're gonna increase the traffic coming through there to lift 7. It's gotta provide something over there to be able to enhance and protect the pedestrians a little bit.
Other comments?
I don't know how deep in the weeds we want to get, since it seems like there's significant mass and scale issues. I'd be happy just adding a couple things down as comments and have them go back, or we can kind of throw everything at them, whatever you guys want to think.
Bring your comments up and.
So the only other major comment I had, I think it was mentioned before about the surface parking spaces and coordinating those with the garage doors.
Yeah.
That would be per AC 20C6.
I mean, I think we're all good with John's 1 through 8. Even if 4 is the garage enclosure. I just wonder if they're hearing the dialogue about number 1 on the height. But from 8741, which is the average finish grade, to 8784, which is the top of that gable, is 43 feet. I think, do we want to say anything else other than variety of height? Do we want to be on the record that the 4 story is just not working?
I think it should go down to 3 stories. I think the whole story should come out, and I have a whole bunch of sections cited for mass and scale and pedestrian.
2 does talk about step down the building on the east and south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's almost not enough to stepping down if it's 40 foot taller. I mean, it's like, it's a Band-Aid. And by the way, if it's east, it also should be west, right? I'm looking at east and west on this last drawing, east and west. They're almost identical. But all that said, how do we want to frame or add on to, well, you suggest maybe adding on to number 1 to say 4 stories isn't gonna fly.
I would suggest we just leave number 1 as it's crafted and add another condition. I've got one drafted if you want to hear it.
What would that be?
So it would say, reduce the height of the buildings a full story per AC 1, A3, AC 6, AC 23, and AC 23A, H, and I.
We good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, 37'8" average building height.
Yeah, I had 38 feet. Yeah.
And if you go from the parking to the peak, it's 45 feet.
And
Yeah.
it's mostly in one plane.
Okay.
I mean, it does step back one unit from one building, one half from the other does step back 2 feet, which you don't see in the elevation. So there's some credit due there, but it's just a lot. It's just a lot.
X to disguise that there's not a big change in wall. But anyway, the height, I think we're good with Matt. Sounds like that. Do we want to add something on snow storage again? Same language as before and the primary entrance?
Yeah. Then the snow shedding, the metal roof.
And, okay.
What we did before.
Any other discussion? I mean,
It's almost not, if you can't
the
get
region.
past mass and scale.
All right. I think they understand this, and, we've got to comply with the guidelines, and, what we're doing. Okay. So,
Date, April 17th or?
oh, man.
You want to do all three?
Well, I mean, we could ask, but I think, I hope we get the other projects right and approved and through. But this one takes so much work. I mean, unless you got 10 people working on this and you got less than 2 weeks to finish.
Can I just add that timing was an issue for this one, and I really want your realistic expectations of when this might be revised, is I don't think it's gonna be in 2 weeks.
I would
Say
encourage
May-
you
May
to go to
15th.
May 15th and get this right. You don't want to spin
I'd
your
rather-
wheels.
Yeah, no, we want to come in and walk out with thumbs up.
Yeah,
Okay?
okay.
Okay, so that's May 15th. All right. So who wants to make the motion? And then we have a couple friendly amendments on snow storage and.
I can make the motion.
Can I, before we do, can I, one other thing? I have one here about clearly defining an entry more than they have.
I think that would be good.
Okay,
I wrote that
okay, good.
when you mentioned it.
You want to do it?
Now go ahead. I'll add them in.
I move to continue to the May 15th, 2024 HARC meeting, the application for small scale new construction for the Tower House townhomes east and west located at 650 through 654 West Colorado Avenue, based on the staff memo dated March 20th, 2024, and with the following conditions 1 through 8 as stated. Number 9, coordinate surface parking spaces with garage doors to improve access to the garage parking spaces per AC 20C6. Number 10, reduce the height of the buildings a full story per AC 1, A3, AC 6, AC 23, and AC 23A, H, and I.
Second, anybody?
Sure. I second that.
Okay.
Any friendly amendments?
Yeah, I have a couple here. Let's see. I'll just use the one I did before. If a metal roof is used, prevent snow and ice shedding on adjacent properties per 35A-1.
I'll accept that.
Okay, I'm not sure about the primary entrance one because the way it's written, it says commercial. That, other than having a patio, so. We can try it. Let me think on that one a second.
Or we could let them think about $6 million condos without a primary entrance, how that's.
Yeah. Okay, just say clearly define the primary entrance per 15B.
I'll accept that.
Good.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. For hang on. For AC 6 pedestrian scale, B1, provide sidewalks and bike lanes that are protected from traffic.
I'll accept that.
Yes.
Any other friendly amendments?
We do the snow storage.
Yes. We did.
I do have one, and it's something we discussed, so it shouldn't be a problem, but there should be a condition related to AC 20, and it's literally almost the whole section of parking design. Specifically, AC 20B. And I know this is problematic, and I know it's gonna be hard, but the guideline states design parking areas to be accessed from alleys or rear drives rather than the street. If parking is located within a garage, minimize, it says the driveway in residential context, use On-site parking should be located inside or behind, where visual impacts will be minimized. I mean, none of this section,
I thought we mentioned this like 2 meetings ago. But maybe it never got in.
well, and look, it's I think it should be a condition.
Why don't you just make it as revise the parking per
Yeah,
that and
so
we'll see if it carries.
revise the revise the parking design.
The whole section if you want.
Well, yeah, sorry. I mean, I don't want it to get so long, but I mean, as I read through this, it's like.
Just say the whole section.
So revise the parking design to comply to more better comply with AC 20.
I'll accept it. I'll comment. I think that's going to be difficult.
Well, no,
But I'll accept it.
look, substantially compliant with what we're after. This is an item that right now isn't. So if it ends up being the only one.
Okay, well, we got an acceptance.
Good.
Do we have any other
I'll
ones?
accept it.
Okay, second, okay.
Did we do the snow storage?
Yeah.
We did the snow storage, okay.
Any other friendly amendments? This motion is based on evidence and testimony at the public hearing held on March 20th, 2024, with notice of such hearing provided as required by the Telluride Land Use Code.
Kieran, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Thank you all. We
Hey,
wish you well. We'll look forward to seeing you and made a lot of progress on the second one on the condos. I hope that you make equal progress on the others. We can help you get through this.
Before we move on too quickly, I think I steered you wrong with the previous dates that were continued to April. I believe the HARC meeting date is April 17th, and I think I told you it was the 20th.
Oh, we read the 20th in.
What?
We.
You said the
20th.
20th? Okay. Like make a new motion.
We're acknowledging the meeting is the 20th.
Correct the date.
The date.
With all of the flights.
Just make one motion to correct the date
With
to
April.
April 17th.
I'll make that motion to correct the date for all projects to April
No,
17th.
the first two projects.
I said, well, I was gonna say except for the third one, but for the
Okay.
first two, to April 17th.
Okay, sorry about
April
that.
20th.
Why don't you say that again?
I make a motion to correct the dates of the continuations of number 1 and 2 to April 17th, not April 20th.
I second that.
Okay, how do we vote?
Kieran, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll move on to the last item. It's been a long road. Here we are at the end of the design guidelines revisions. This is our last session with comments from us, then we're putting it out to the public and then through P&Z and then back to council. So John has got this prepared. And I think these three will go.
Yeah, the last two sections, this one is River Park Corridor. I think last time I just scrolled through, and if anyone wants to discuss anything, I will stop, but I'll scroll.
I had a question for, did we say in our meeting San Miguel River Corridor and Coronet? You say and? Oh, yeah, you added.
Yep,
Okay, thank you. Good.
okay. That's it.
A lot quicker than I thought.
Yeah,
I don't want.
no
somebody thinking-
comments?
Very good.
Okay. The next one may be even quicker. These are alley shed and secondary structures. Well, these are special standards, actually. There are 4 sections under special standards. The first one is alley shed and secondary structures. Do the same thing. Scroll.
Just want to do a quick check on 2B2. Thank you, R. Yep.
Good.
Wow.
Most of
Okay.
these we're just getting
Yep.
terminology consistent.
Exterior and site lighting. This one, we did a complete overhaul on. It was quite repetitive, and so we combined a lot of them into make it shorter. Deleted a lot of duplicative language.
John, have you had any input from any lighting designers on this section? And I'm specifically wondering if we should reach out on the amount of lumens that we're
Yeah.
casting, I think, or whatever way we're gonna determine light output. So
Mhm.
lumens, foot candles, what's an appropriate amount of brightness? I would suggest that, just mention to the public, if there's any lighting designers listening, could chime in.
No one, he went to Montrose today, but I can talk to Chris.
Well, have you got somebody?
I mean, I work with Drew Wallen a lot, so.
Yeah, if you want to send these to your
I can talk to Chris Myers. And
lighting designer friends. I highlighted this one, minimize the amount of glass area facing south to the town below.
I think that conflicts with other sections that encourage solar access. I would strike that section. That for 3.
why is it there though?
Light spill. But I mean, obviously, but you can't have it. Most,
Roll up again.
in most cases,
Name-
the projects this applies to mostly only have southern access because they're being pushed back in.
Right, this is
Got it.
specific to
It's like, it doesn't.
transitional hillside and developing hillside.
I just don't know. Okay, to position lighting, minimize visual impact. So you're talking about lighting inside the building, through the windows. Okay, I guess I.
Yeah, I don't think we need number 3 if we have number 1.
Oh, maybe that's why I highlighted it. I don't remember. Can I delete it?
That's what I would
It's
suggest.
repetitive, yeah.
Good catch.
Okay. Same. So number 4 here is a bit repetitive. Number 2.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So the final section is signs. You all never look at these guidelines because signs are always reviewed by staff. John Strandberg, our new senior planner and interim planning director, and Erica have been working on revising our sign code, the section in the land use code that deals with signs. And we are proposing to eliminate the guidelines for signs and put anything important in the code so that people have one-stop shopping for sign rules. Most people don't never even get to the guidelines. If they find the code, they don't find the guidelines. And no one else you don't all look at them. So we would rather have them all in one place in the code if you're all amenable to striking this section.
That's fine.
We do have the steep lots section now that's in the special standards, so this sign section will go away, the steep lots will go into special standards.
Good.
Okay. Great, that was easy. That's it.
Remember that old black and, I'll close with this lighthearted, one, that old black and white TV show in 1958, Alaska Sergeant Preston of the Yukon?
I remember reruns.
The only one that was there?
I remember it.
And at the end, he, remember what he said at the end of every show? King, this case is closed. It was gone.
Dog.
And we are adjourning at 9:37 PM. Thanks for the hard work.
John, is it possible to add an index to perhaps between the treatment area that says, well, overview, then policy number 1,